All right, hello, and welcome back to Monsters and Madness. We are back here with Bastion's Watch in the Osmit Sea now. After the Alcantara has taken our party to another continent. To give actually, you know what? Let's do a little bit of housekeeping here before we get into the full recap for the game. We use music from a couple different places. One of those places is filmmusic.io. Any of the songs we use from filmmusic.io, we've got information for each of those down in the panels. You can follow the link to find more information about those songs. We also use music from the official Critical Role soundtracks. Over there, the folks at Critical Role allow the use of their soundtracks for streaming, and it's great music, so we use it. Information is down in the panels as well for that. Highly recommend you check it out. Now, back to our team, our party here, as we return to the deck of the Alcantara. Bringing us in with the sight of Iman in the distance. The party has been through quite a bit together at this point, after having established the settlement of Bastion's Watch and discovered a plot to impose some sort of curse on the Zemni Fields and the population of Hope's Bastion. They have been, or I would say, let's see here. Fuck, it's been a long time, guys. So, you guys, fuck. My brain has stopped for a moment. So I'm going to take a drink of water here and let the natural one on my brain unfizzle here. Cool. So, after having discovered the plot to impose the curse on the Zemni Fields, the party also discovered that they may have been the unwitting pawns of the Cerberus Assembly, a group of powerful mages in the Dwendalian Empire who have been potentially working on things behind the scenes and setting up a potential situation where the party is on the hook for things that have been going on in the Dwendalian Empire. And so, in order to escape, maybe gain some allies, gain some experience, gain some artifacts, gold, resources, the party decided to head out of Hope's Bastion and to work from outside the Empire, where they would be in danger. First, traveling to the lush Gut Forest, Bastion's Watch went to look for some help with training Rufus's lycanthropy and being able to have a little bit more control and be less of a danger to the group. And after dealing with a curse, and we got some more curses going on here, with the curse of strife that followers of Zahir were imposing on the goblins there, the party cleansed the forest and, leaving Rufus behind for some more training, continued on their way to Amon, where there was a bit of history for Ekamos waiting, as well as whatever the potential that the city of the Fellowship held for everybody. With that, on the way to Iman, the party ran into a large storm giant who attacked them, coming after one of the artifacts that the party was in possession of. And with that happening, the group made the decision to send that artifact off to some allies up in Uthadern. Returning back to the ship and heading the rest of the way to Amon, we get back right here with Iman in the distance on the deck of the Alcantara. Captain Breck Deep Delver here at the helm. So I'll open it up to you guys as you see Amon off in the distance. Just probably a couple hours ride in. You can see many ships, probably dozens of ships coming in and out into this large city that is built up onto a hill that has a large, even from here you can see the large palace atop of the center of the city, drawing your vision in as you all kind of look at Iman here in the distance. Bastion's Watch, what would you like to do as you approach Iman?
At it again. So it's pretty well known that Ekamos is from Amon, right? Amongst the group.
I think so, yeah.
Sweet. All right, Alivor's gonna go over to Ekamos, and he's. So, my friend.
Yeah, what's up, man?
You're from here, right?
Yeah.
So, super important question.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the best tavern?
Dude, from what I know, there's quite a lot.
No, I don't want a lot. I want the best tavern.
The best tavern? Ooh,
For
would
drink,
I
for
know the
atmosphere,
best?
for women.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
has
yeah.
been the longest
Let me-
boat ride. I hate the ocean.
I know,
need
but
something to cleanse my palate.
it's been quite a minute since I've been here. You know this, and with my thing I got going on, I don't know if I'll be able to know what you're trying to acquire.
Your thing you got going on.
You know, man, it's blood shit and everything.
Oh,
you know?
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Why?
So,
Who are we hiding this from?
not really anybody. I'm just trying to figure it out myself, dude.
Okay, I mean, if you want to talk,
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
pretty sneaky.
Yeah, I know you are. Could I roll to see if I would know what he's asking about?
Yes, I would say you can. What I would also say, though, is now that we're here in Iman, your memories are not all of them are easy to access. You would have spent time here when it was a little easier to access, but make a history check at disadvantage for me.
Okay. Oh, not any good. 7.
So
7.
how does, real quick, how does my help action?
So essentially, in this case, it would be kind of tough. I mean, essentially, for you as a bard, stories you may have heard from Amon. In this, you're just offering the help action. Generally, it would give advantage. If he's rolling at disadvantage, then it could just be a straight roll instead. Gotta be said before the roll, though.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. So in this case, we'll let that 7 roll. But that's how you do. Okay. Just hey, can I help? Remember, or sometimes it's like no, that's not that you can't. That doesn't make any sense. In this case, it potentially would, but you gotta do it before the roll.
Okay. Sweet.
With the 7, I will say though. Let's see here. A 7 is enough to remember what is probably the most well-known tavern in Iman. You don't have a extensive knowledge of the taverns of the area or which ones would be, a full ranking system or anything. But you do remember having spent time at the Laughing Lamia Inn, and you do know it is a well-known tavern for weary travelers and practiced performers.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know it, but it's kind of well known. I haven't really been there too often, but yeah, it's Laughing Lamia Inn, kind of. I don't know.
Okay, that was disappointing, but hey, it's a starting point.
It's something.
It's a starting point.
Yeah.
Better than nothing.
Exactly, right? That's good. How you been though? You been good though, or you got any stuff going on yourself, or how do you feel about being in Amon?
I'm good, and as I'm kind of half answering him, I'm rummaging through my bag to see if I still have those magic mushrooms on hand. Oh, I do. He just says, I said, oh yeah, there we go. Anyway, and then I just walk off.
Alivor, as you're walking off, Zarm is kind of off on one side of the deck, and he sees you kind of moving away from everybody else, and he kind of motions you over to where he's at by the railing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go over there.
Yeah. Hey, man. There's been a lot going on, so I forgot to tell you about this earlier when I joined back up with the group. That you were asking for information about cults. in Taldore, and I figured we're outside of Amon. Do you still want that?
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I couldn't find much. Uthadern isn't the best repository for some of the information about lesser deities and, strong creatures of the darker variety. But it does seem like there are some, not full large cults, but every now and then there'll be a cell of maybe 4 or 5 people who worship a shadow demon named Orthax. They've been known to don a plague mask before carrying out their deeds in this Orthax's name.
All right, when he says that, I want to search around, see if anyone's eavesdropping on this.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
That's going to be a 24.
24. Okay. How to do this? This is kind of interesting because it's based on like placement of the ship. Everybody who's not Alivor, just roll me a D100.
It's 20 for Ekamos.
What was Milo's?
57.
57. Okay.
I got a 26.
Okay.
I also got a 26.
What about Eric?
I got a 30.
30. Okay. Milo, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That's going to be a 23.
23. Okay. What I'll say then is, Alivor, you notice that Milo is within earshot. Milo, you would be able to kind of overhear what's going on here at this point and what's been said so far, based on the rolls we just had. So Alivor, if you want to continue to be a little bit quieter, you can go stealth check at this point or take off somewhere else if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to either, whether it be stealth check or pull Zarm to the side, be like, let's go somewhere, where there's less ears.
Yeah, sure. He kind of looks around a little bit. So he starts moving down to one of the lower parts of the deck. We'll just for symbolic sake of how quiet you guys can be, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Get that 18.
18? Okay, got it.
Yep.
So you and Zarm head down to the lower deck to a more private room where you guys can talk. Milo, you do see them leave. Your perception check was good enough that you notice that they walk off. But you and Zarm are now in a private room.
Okay, Zarm. Now that we've continue about what you were telling me.
Yeah, I was able to find. It was 3 or 4 occasions of an individual person or a group of people who either murdered someone or a other group of people. Up to, I think the biggest was 10 people who were killed at once. Any survivors reported wearing a mask similar to what you described.
Where all did this?
Across Taldore, there was one of them in Iman, the largest of them.
They're at Iman.
I don't have that specific information. It was a massacre. It was 10 people that were killed. It was about 7 or 8 years ago.
By the cult, or 10 people of the cult were killed?
It was reports of people who were wearing masks like you described.
And they were murdered.
No, they did the murdering.
They did the murdering. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
there you go.
That makes a little bit more sense. Well, thank you for bringing me that information.
You're welcome.
Else.
What was that? You're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, shoot. It's all the way over here. I said if... Oh, I was just saying, thanks for the information, and if you find anything else, me first, nobody else. This is between us, right? As I put my hand on his shoulder, like, between us.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, boy. 23.
23, very good. So he gives a kind of reassuring look. Yeah, that's fine. I understand the need for secrecy. But I do want to ask why it needs to stay between us.
Because, this is dangerous stuff, and the party itself has a lot going on. So it would just be too much on them, With all the stuff already going on, we brought this into the mix, and, like, it's not really a priority for the party right now. It's just more like gee whiz information. But if this does get out, it could cause some sort of a frenzy. We don't want that to happen.
Right. We don't. No frenzy. I'll be discreet, but understand that deflections will only last for so long with this type of information, Elivor.
Oh, trust me, I'm the king of deflection. It'll be all right, Zarm.
Hopefully so. If you need help, then you let me know too.
First one I'm going to, my friend.
All right.
I got a question for Oliver, if that's
Yes.
cool.
Yeah.
Have we seen you with your mask on already? Is that something the party has experienced?
I don't believe so. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even know I had.
No.
a-
Okay. Oh, so okay. No, I'm that's what I wanted to
Nah.
ask. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
For some reason, I thought there was I might actually be thinking of the show about that.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, it's a little mix up there. It's not. No, I don't think I. Do I have a mask? I was gonna say
No,
I
you
don't.
don't.
I do.
No, that was symbolism from Dream Stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. So Zarm will jump up, open the door, and just kind of head back up to what he was doing before.
Yep. Just going out, acting like nothing happened. Back to normal.
Okay. Anybody else on the approach to Iman?
I'm gonna give a call down to Milo from the helm.
Yeah. I'll be up there in a second. I'm gonna just collect all the maps and shit that I've been working on and geekily make my way up there.
Do you think you could drop a bill of sale for the Alcantara from a dead captain that didn't really exist?
Oh, absolutely. At least I want to try. You're gonna have to sit there with me and make sure that all the things look right, though.
Oh, of course.
Let's get to work.
His name was Wellsmith.
Immediately gonna summon my quill and start writing it down.
Cool. So with that, then, and then I assume Breck is helping out by giving the details. That was the discussion there. Milo, if you want to give me, let's see here. For doing a forgery, I would say performance, or if you want to do just like dex plus proficiency, because you've been working on different documents here, you can roll that with advantage.
Could I potentially use sleight of hand?
Yeah, I think that's going to be this.
Okay.
In my head, I was like dex plus proficiency, so sleight of hand. You could just told him sleight of hand. So sleight of hand or performance.
Sweet. And you said that was with advantage, right?
Yeah. With advantage, yeah, for Breck helping you out.
It's going to be a 10 with advantage and a +6 mod.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So a 10. A 10. It looks passable, but it probably wouldn't hold up to much scrutiny. If somebody's just looking at it and doesn't, if there's no need to think anything of it, they probably won't. But anybody who's looking for forgeries would have a not terrible time finding one,
Yeah.
or finding out this is one.
What do you think about this?
Looks good to me. I can't hear you, Milo, if you're saying something. Sounds like you faded out there.
Yeah, kind of went quiet on the last line.
Mic check.
Hey, there we
Oh,
go.
There it is.
I was gonna say it kind of looks a little wonky. I don't know, like the borders are cattywampus to the corners of the paper. You noticing that? Look.
I'm, just gonna kinda
I'm
squint,
okay with
squint
it.
my eyes pretty tough. No, I'm telling you, man, it looks good to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're cool with it, I'm good with it.
I mean, who's gonna question it, right?
Nobody in this part of the country, right? Like, it's a whole new. Got to be like just hicks out here.
I'm gonna roll that up, stuff it in the jacket.
Another job well done.
Got it. All right. So I'm going to note that is a 10 on the DC for whoever, if anybody, not whoever, if anybody needs to inspect that. All right, then. Cool. Anything else?
I am interested in continuing my navigational tools studies.
Okay.
But so that's a thing that he's been doing up to this point.
Let's see. Navigational tool studies. Go ahead. Give me just 3 intelligence checks for. I think you guys did about 3 weeks of travel, maybe a little bit less. But we'll call it 3 for the time. We're gonna have let's see. It's gonna be upwards for the DC. So we're gonna go 14, 16, 18. So if you beat 14 the first time, 16 to 18, and then so you have to beat 14 first before you go to the next ones. But if you want to give me those first 3, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so 11 was the first one.
Okay, so first week does not beat the first DC. So go ahead and give me the second one.
18.
18, perfect. So that moves you off the first one. And how about a third one?
10.
10. Okay, got it. So you have 2 more of those to beat here to be proficient, but you are on your way, sir. Now, was navigational tool specifically what you were training with the pirate from the last song on? Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you
But he bounced, I think, right, didn't he?
He
Did he already
did.
take off? Yeah.
So you had 11, 18, and what was your last roll?
11, 18, 10.
10. Okay, got it. So given that he helped you, I'm going to skip you past the first level. So one more DC 18. I'd say you could try it again in like 2 or 3 days. Just another day if you're on the water. But a DC 18, and you'll be proficient with those navigator's tools with those extra lessons he gave you.
Sweet. Appreciate you.
Remember that for me. If I don't remember, you have one more DC 18
Yeah, I got
skill
it.
check for navigator's tools. Cool. Well, with Milo and Breck there at the top of the ship, why don't the 2 of you roll a perception check as you guys are kind of working on this? And we'll say right as you guys are rolling up that forged bill of sale.
16 for Milo.
Okay.
I got an 18.
18. Both of you see off in the distance this odd Milo. For you, it looks pretty familiar because you're used to casting spells that have a similar look to it, but it's almost like I wouldn't call it a full bolt of lightning, but this jolt of electricity seems to be quickly moving towards the ship from I would say you can see it a few hundred feet off and is quickly approaching the ship.
How big is it? Does it look like just a lightning bolt? Or
Yeah, not a full bolt. Like when you cast lightning bolt, it's not as big as that, but it's a much smaller version of that. Probably about 5 to 10 feet long and a couple foot diameter.
Breck, I think we might want to inform some other people as Milo makes his way to the front, like to walk slowly towards it.
Is
And
that
if
coming at us?
I think so, man. And he's gonna get ready to counterspell that shit as soon as it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And Breck, what are you doing?
Man, he's got that handled. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on.
Okay, got it. So then as it moves, it's moving pretty quickly. With you guys' perception checks, you'd guess probably 60 to 80, 60 to 80 foot fly speed. So moving pretty quickly. Within 15, 20 seconds, it's within 50 feet of the ship. Still moving at that speed.
Really fast, but kind of slow for lightning.
Anybody doing anything at this point? Either of the two of you guys do anything at this point?
Do you want to go maybe tell the others?
I'll just give a shout. Lightning bolt!
Okay. Yeah, Alivor, Ekavos, Grim, Varric, you guys all hear lightning bolt.
I just look straight up.
What?
Where?
Is it like clear skies too?
Oh god.
Is it what? Oh yeah,
It's like
well,
clear skies,
it's
too.
not clear skies, so it's kind of for those of us in the Pacific Northwest, it's kind of like the day it is today. There's like little patches of blue here and there, but mostly like low clouds. It's kind of off and on rainy, so it's not terribly cold like it was in the northern Zemni fields. It's a little bit warmer than that, but definitely a gloomy day. Not one that would warrant lightning though.
Well, I'm gonna hit the deck. Lay down. Laying down. Oh god.
I'm just gonna like point at it for anybody that looks at me too.
I'll just looking straight up at the sky until he points.
Like, what?
Oh, okay. Now I see it.
And just to give you guys an idea, it's like pretty level to the ship too as it's coming. It's not like coming up from the top of the sky down. It's more traveling horizontally across the horizon. But at this point, it's close enough that even in the time it takes you guys to just look over and kind of figure out what's going on, Milo, you being the one who's been standing closest to it, looking at the railing, it moves in front of you about 10 feet and stops. And it begins to kind of move around in kind of like almost like a wavy pattern as it starts to look like it's in the shape of a humanoid. And the humanoid moves over the railing, over the top of the ship. And it's still in this lightning form. And as you look, what you see as lightning is as kind of electrical pulse starts to turn to corporeal body, skin, large arms, and you see very quickly a dwarven figure appear from this lightning and drop about 5 feet with a thud on the deck of the Alcantara. And he looks up at you and says, "Ah, Milo, sorry for the scare." And I'll send you guys in Discord here art of the dwarf you see. Very unique. Rather than a long beard where you've got the braids and kind of that typical dwarven look, almost much more shorter hair, kind of clean cut look, but with eyes that seem to have little bits of lightning and electricity going through them as his body becomes more corporeal. And everybody sees this form land on the deck here.
Do I know this lightning dwarf?
For you, Milo, and Breck as well, because you guys were next to each other, I want both of you to roll another history check.
It's going to be a 7 for Milo.
7, okay.
Might have to swap to some fizzy dice.
I got a 3.
A 3. Oh,
Ooh.
man, bummer. Okay, well then. So what I'll say for you, Milo, he looks so familiar. You can't quite put your finger on it, but for some reason, this person looks familiar to you, almost in a, as if it's somebody who you met when you were too young to be able to remember. Breck, with a 3, he doesn't look super familiar. You've seen a lot of dwarfs, being a dwarf yourself, and you just don't really seem familiar. You for a second you're kind of like, oh no, but that's about it.
My apologies, sir. I can't quite place you, even though you know my name. But I am still trying to get past the fact of that badass thing you just did.
He says, "Oh, apologies. I don't mean to alarm you. It is one of my methods of travel. My name is Drake Thunderbrand. I am an elementalist and a member of the Arcana Pansophical. And I'm here to greet you and your group into Amon and hopefully speak to you before anybody else can."
Well, you definitely succeeded in that. How do you know my name, by chance?
And he gives almost like a bit of a sad look, but kind of looks and says, "I'm a friend of your mother's, and I knew you when you were very young."
Does any of this jog my memory?
Not specifically.
Okay.
No, not with the 7.
So we're all standing there, correct?
Yeah, at this point, the rest of the group would have come up. We'll say that everybody's on deck now, standing around looking at this door.
All right. Well, prove it.
Good old Eric.
Prove it.
I mean, anyone can just show up and say, "Hey, I know your mom."
Interesting. And what can I do to prove my provenance?
I guess that's for you to come up with, right?
That is your requirement of me. What can I do that will satisfy your curiosity?
Well, Milo, what would prove it?
I can't remember anything, so I don't know.
How about this? And you see him lift his hands up and begin to cast a spell. And let's see here.
I'm gonna hold an action.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, actually, you know what? Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
That is a 29.
God.
With that, what you would get, he begins to cast a spell, but you see him almost happy to do it. With a 29, good lord, you can tell that there is a warmth on his face. He's happy to recall the memory as he begins to cast this spell. You do catch a bit of sorrow in a way. It's almost in a way that's a bit of regret, not in a regret of something that had been done, but in a regret in a way that maybe he wanted things to go in a different way. But as he casts, with the 29 also, he seems truthful about who he is and what he's saying, including that he is an old friend of Milo's mother, Zinnia. And as he begins to cast a spell, Milo, you immediately see the illusory image in filling a 20-foot cube of one of the rooms from the Hawkins estate, the house that you took everybody early on in the adventure, where your family was from. Just in one of the front welcome rooms, where you were kind of peeking your head out, and you see a small version of you looking around the corner of the door and turning, and as you do, seeing a younger version by probably about 15, maybe I guess based on your age, about 15 years or so ago, and wearing very similar clothing, having the same, he has a wand on his belt. It's kind of a spiraled wand that looks like it is not meant to be like a very, like those perfect straight wands. It's almost like more from a gnarled branch. And you see him speaking with your mother, and they the only words that you hear as the illusion starts is Drake saying, "Hello again, Zinnia. It's nice to see you." And after that, the sound goes quiet from the voices.
I feel like that's good enough for me. Does Milo does he also recognize whatever organization this dude was from? And if you could repeat that name, that would be great.
I would say, let's see. Let's have this be a separate history check. Anybody, we'll do this as a group history check on this one. Anybody can roll for information about the Arcana Pansophical. Sweet.
It's a solid 5 for Barrick.
Oh, ouch.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay.
21.
Nice.
15.
Okay.
Got a big fat 2.
2, okay.
I got a
Man.
3.
3. Okay, the paladins
love this.
know nothing. They're like, nah, screw these hippie wizards. I would say Milo and Ekamos especially. Ekamos, you having been here, as the name is spoken, it starts to unlock a memory for you. And this is a very interesting moment because before this, you hadn't thought about the Arcana Pansophical or had any experience or exposure to them from the point where you had memories. But Drake now being here, mentioning them, it starts to unlock. And you remember being here in Amon, and specifically walking through the Outwall, the neighborhood that you lived in, the kind of more slum area of the city, hearing of members of the Pansophical coming through, and if you had asks of them, then that would be the time to do it. Milo, for you, is much more academic in your knowledge. The Pansophical is a group of mages who they watch over other mages in a way. They kind of make sure to note any individuals who are worth noting and what they might be doing, both magically and in a way that might be harmful to mostly Tal'Dorei, but anything that could be harmful to all of Exandria in general. They have very strict rules for their magic. It's a very limited group of people who are part of the Pansophical, but they are also very powerful. If you were to look around Exandria for groups that could rival the Cerberus Assembly, there would be very, 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 very few. The Pansophical would be one of them. They are much less official, though. They are more a group that stays together on their own and don't have necessarily official capacities in Tal'Dorei.
Still really wish I could remember that.
Sevens are killer.
Yeah.
And he looks around at all of you and says, well, I must say, I'm impressed with this group. Stories of those who have been fighting in the Zemni fields have found their way even to our continent.
Might have you heard fully about us. Sort of details.
We've heard that a group out of a new settlement there, named Bastion's Watch, has fought off a group of dragon and dragonborn who were seeking ill will on the Dwendalian Empire. If I'm being honest, here in Tal'Dorei, that alone is enough to warrant attention. We are decades out from the destruction of Amon by the Chroma Conclave, but it is always on the minds of those who fought against them. And when dragons fight together, it makes many people nervous. And so there are many here who would like to welcome you, to gain the knowledge of what you have done, to work towards stopping anything that may threaten us again.
Does that mean that you guys have knowledge on other dragons? people dedicated to studying these, possibly?
We have many.
Well, I'm interested.
I would say Varric with the 29, you would have noticed that he was holding back things he had heard about you guys. He did not say the extent of the stories that he had heard. But that was the kind of the main focus of what he was talking about. And he says, after you say, I'm interested, Milo, let me get here. You know what? I need to go this way. I'm switching from my normal Explorer's Guide to Wildmount to the Tal'Dorei Reborn, so I'm working on getting the navigation as quick as possible. But if you guys give me a second here. There we go. Specifically, our Master of Defense, Guardian Tofor Rotoris. He is a dragon blood. Or rather, not he. She is a dragon blood who has fought on behalf of Iman since the time of the Conclave. She lost many and strives to keep our city and land safe.
So all you've heard is dragons?
Those are the most heroic of them, yes. We've also heard you've helped foster a relationship between the gnomes of the nearby forest of the Zemni Fields. Integrated some of their magics into a timber growing operation.
You heard anything that would be considered more on the negative side?
Persuasion check on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Can I assist?
Yeah, I'll say with what you've said already that you can assist, so you can roll with advantage, Alvar.
Oh, sweet. Where's the other dice? All right, well, 23.
23. Okay.
Those
Why'd you
are
sound
both
defeated.
because they're low roll.
23, a low roll.
23.
We're getting to those levels now, I guess.
Let's just say I can hit the 30s if possible. So
He says, well, in the interest of openness, yes. I've also heard you've run afoul of the Cerberus Assembly. Powerful enemies.
yeah, I mean they're powerful, but they do be kind of shady, to put it nicely. Some of them, at least.
Do you mind me asking how you know all this? I guess timber operations isn't exactly front page news, so.
As I said, your story has traveled far, and stories of dragons attract many eyes. The Pansophical keeps track of mages who are doing noteworthy things. We've always had an eye on Mr. Hawkins here. And the Pansophical needs to know when threats are large enough for us to step in as well. We keep many eyes in many places. And although some may question our intent, Ours is good.
So, what's this jurisdiction you guys got here? Does the Empire mind you watching affairs of theirs?
His face softens a bit. Says, I do not come here as an adversary. And the knowledge that I have is, I'm sure, knowledge that you have not guarded or kept people from wanting to have. Unless your timber operations were wanting to be kept secret.
No, we're just talking. You know, in the spirit of openness.
Did you hear that, guys? We were considered a threat. It's awesome.
Well, apparently Milo was.
I don't know why people keep saying that.
I think
I think you know exactly
those
why.
guys in those vines.
I would say the guys back in whatever city that got ripped both ways, you know?
Okay, that was not my intention, and I felt bad.
It still happened, sir.
Man's out here shooting lightning bolts left and right.
Yeah.
Anyways, you said that you wanted to be out here before anybody else spoke to us. What did that mean?
I know that you have run afoul of the assembly, but they have not officially called for your capture. At least not that we have heard.
Something that we might have to worry about in this continent? Back
The
to
service,
jurisdiction?
they have been called back to Wildmount, and although assembly members are welcome in Iman, there are none currently here that we know of. The ambassador to the Rendalium Empire keeps his station, but the assembly has their eyes on the Empire itself.
Do we run the risk of being turned in by anybody from Inmond to the Cerberus Assembly?
I'll say, what are your extradition laws here?
Not at this point.
Sweet.
Appreciate that.
The Taldore Council and the Republic of Taldore is not in the business of catering to the whims of the Assembly or the Empire. However, we do have our problems here at home. Ones that the Pansophical is having more and more concern with. As we understand it, the Assembly, through you all, has commissioned the League of Miracles to build an Hope's Bastion.
Yes. So, it's actually one of the reasons we came over here, right, guys? Yeah.
Yes.
We have a lot of building requests. Please.
The League of Miracles are specialists in that. After the Chroma Conclave, they began as an organization quickly gathering up bounties for construction. Assisted by their magical Adrenax, they quickly and very efficiently rebuilt most of the damage that the Chroma Conclave had done in Taldore. They, over the past few decades, have been growing in both economic and political power. They employ wizards of various power levels, the highest of which are their spell rights. We do not want them moving to the Empire to assist the Assembly. It would be a very volatile partnership, one that would allow for the Assembly to take a much more militaristic view of the continent. We do not believe this is what's best for Wildmount. But we do understand the benefit they can offer to groups and places like Hope's Bastion that are more well aligned in their intent. The Pansophical has had quite a hard time stopping the influence of the League of Miracles from growing. And for that reason, I'm here to ask for all of your help. The League is sending a representative to the docks as they expect your arrival as well. And I'd like to ask that you use that position, their desire to move their works into Wildmount, to gain information for the Pensophical, for us.
Oh, you want us to be a spy?
I do.
I'm in. He's just gonna look around at the party like, you guys in too? Please.
Do you want us to convince the League of Miracles to spy for you in Wildmount?
No, we want you to spy for us
Inside the League of Miracles.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that a lot more.
We need to know what their intent is, what their goal is, and if we can find the identity of the leader, the Wonder Worker, we would at least be able to move against, to stop the spread of whatever it is they aim to do.
So specifically, you want the name and information on their leader.
I do not believe them to have the best intentions, but we cannot pinpoint anything that they have done against Tal'Dorei. They have done nothing but rebuild. They've done nothing publicly, at least, but help. But they are amassing massive political and economic influence.
Have you tried talking to them?
Of course. The League of Miracles was founded by members of the Pensophical who were ousted from the organization. If talking to them worked for us, then we would already have the information that we need. But there are very powerful mages working for them. Beyond the Wonder Worker, they have a series of 24 spell rights. 4 of them are leaders. The other 20 are various levels of novice to master mage. And they have employed enough powerful mages to stop our prying.
Surely there has to be some sort of oversight from the council itself.
It's a complicated situation. They have their own delegates on the council now. They have many who have members of the council itself have struck deals with the League of Miracles and now owe them political favors.
Ooh.
Oversight can be had, but politicians can also be bought.
Lovely. Now we're getting worked up into another political fiasco.
So that brings me. That was a great segue because I was about to bring it up.
You see how well that worked out last time we were wrapped up in this?
You just told us about all the complicated situations we're involved in, and you'd like to throw one on top. I would like to know what we get out of it.
The other reason I'm here is to ask, what would you like in return? There are things we can offer, things to your benefit, but we are asking a very unique thing of you, and thus offer a unique exchange in return for it.
Spells. All your spells and all your information on dragons.
I was going to say, I am a simple man. The heavier the coin purse, the better.
Gold we have in droves.
Oh, like I said before, I'm in.
I mean, that was a pretty vague answer, to be honest. Curious what all you're capable of. And is it just one lump sum of whatever you offer us to the entire group? Is it what would you like? What would you like? What would you like? That kind of situation.
None of us want to pay taxes anymore.
That's the ultimate goal right there.
There is a dwarven concept known as the Redoraz. In places where things are bartered instead of offered currency for, it is a promise in exchange for trade or deed. I'd be offering you my Redoraz, dwarven oath of repayment. I understand this may be vague, but there are many things that many people want. Some things to outfit you all to make you more powerful. Magical items.
Oh.
Gold.
Oh.
Adventures. Locations of things that we have not collected ourselves. Help in your own cause. Information. Magics. Knowledge. We have many things to offer.
So yeah, you answered part of my thing. Is this a group like promise, or is this for every individual? Because I'm sure I'm not going to want the same things as Milo, and so on and so forth.
That is, if more individual rewards are something that you seek, that is fine. As a group, I can give you something, or individuals.
So we would all get your red ass.
I mean,
Breck, you would know. So, like, you would have heard of Redoraz before, and Milo was just like fucking farting in church by saying that and calling him red ass. It's something that would be known to you. It's a very honorable thing for a dwarf. You would know that, like, for dwarves, if they break a Redoraz, then like they don't go to the happy afterlife. It's that kind of honor bound for them.
It's just like darting eyes at Milo.
So how about this? His name was Drake, right?
Drake.
Okay.
Drake Thunderbrand.
How about this, Drake? How about what is it, 6 of us right now? Yeah, how about the 6 of us have a little powwow? Shouldn't take more than a few minutes, and we'll come up with an answer.
I love powwows.
That's acceptable to me. I see no problem with that. I could use a bit of stretching my legs.
Oh yeah, you used them to get over here, didn't you?
He just like is kind of glaring at you, and he just like turns into an electric ball and just starts darting around.
Very, very tired legs.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
I have not fucked around with my spell list in a long time. Would I be able to make changes before we have a powwow?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sweet.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, Varric.
Mhm.
I might be able to double check this dude's little illusion thing if I just call Mama real quick.
Yep. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm going to use a third spell slot as soon as I change that out. Cast Sending to Xenia. Met Drake Thunderbrand in Amon. Says he knows you. Confirm.
Is he legit?
thoughts on Arcana Pansophical. Comparison to Cerberus Assembly. Update on Artifact. Love you.
Did we hear him say update on Artifact?
I believe you
Do we-
do have to. I believe you do have to speak out loud for sending.
Yeah, that's fine. Did you guys not know that I gave that up?
No, you did that
No,
all by
you
yourself.
chose
dude.
that when you were gone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, totally. I left it over there. I thought it was going to be a better choice. Is
Are-
that, is that
are you
cool?
Are
fucking kidding me?
we on the docks? Are we on the boat?
You guys are on the boat,
Is-
not at the docks yet. You guys are probably 1 to 2 hours still ride in to get into the docks themselves.
I'm also only saying this because I'm under the impression that we went to like the captain's quarters or some shit.
'Kay.
Okay.
What's the God, what's his name? The bugbear that was with us.
Ooh, Rodon?
Yes.
Rasan?
Yes.
Rasan.
Oh, I called him Russell. Is he in the vicinity?
He is. He's on the ship.
It's kind of
Oh.
important to make sure he doesn't hear that line.
You better be down in the cook's quarters, man.
Yeah, I would hope so because he didn't help in that fight.
He would not be around you guys. Yeah, if you guys were intending to go to a place that's quiet, that's totally fine.
Thank God.
So you'd hear back from Zinnia. The Arcana Pansophical are very powerful. Drake is very trusted. And for the rest, conducting research on Artifact and options for next steps.
I would immediately, as soon as it's coming into my head, I'm spitting it back out to the group.
Milo, you've really put us in a pickle.
I do like pickles.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm a
Not
fan
that kind
of
of pickle. I do kind of approve of the decision, but oh my God.
What's Russell gonna do?
Nothing. Say he'll be fine. It's just if he's able to get word to the higher ups, that's just a whole problem that I don't think we want to deal with right now. But
But then again, like I brought up when we first talked to them,
true.
we don't owe them anything.
True.
There was no like what like that we're talking about this guy. What jurisdiction? Like where did that come from? We are sticking a person with you. Who are you?
Okay. Fair points. Well, I mean, technically, I don't think it could be in a safer place, honestly. So, would have appreciated a heads up, but it is what it is. We're here. If it comes down to it, old Robert can get a bonk, and then we'll give the rest of them a bonk, and it'll be hopefully, but it'll be all right. All right. Now that's off the table.
I mean, I made a gut call, guys, and I apologize, but I just straight up forgot after I made it.
it's all right. It's all good. I think it was a good decision. Just a heads up would have been nice, but Anyway, so we can trust this guy.
It seems
I
that
thought
way.
Roscoe was a cook. I didn't know he was a spy.
I thought he was just a cook too. Yeah.
Keep coming up with different names every time. Okay, so Breck, how is this whole red what was it again? This dwarf thing, this dwarven promise. How does it work? We're just gonna go with that.
How does it work?
Yeah, like I've never heard of it. I'm not a dwarf, so I do not know. So I'm asking the dwarf I do know.
He's indebted to you. That's how it works.
So it's like kind of like a life debt, but like a promise.
I know about
Yes.
life debts.
Of course you do. Oh my god. Is it that
Just
kind of
I
life debt?
just say that. I know life debts.
Is it that kind of life debt? Because if it's that kind of life debt, I don't want nothing to do with it.
No, I'm sure it's not like that.
I
It
don't
sounds
know
like
what
a
his kind of
Promise
life
type
is.
thing.
It is. It's like a yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
it's very sacred among dwarves. So
now
it-
is he offering us like a lump sum that we're talking about, or like a specific thing that we all need?
I think he
that's what we're getting
agreed that he was going to give each of us our individual.
He basically said either or.
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
choose, and I think that's what this powwow is meant for.
to. Gotcha. Well, I
And if
definitely
we're
have
gonna go
an
with it
item in mind.
anyways.
Yeah, I'm about it.
What,
Yeah.
blood?
No.
God,
It's to help the group. Come on.
this man.
And if we do have to do lump sum, I think that you guys are greatly underestimating how valuable and fun dragons are. So I think if it does need to be that, we swing in that direction.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What, a dragon?
You
Oh, I
want
mean,
a
if we can get a full dragon, that would be awesome.
a pet dragon,
I mean, I've been dreaming
No.
about that for a long time.
that would be kind of sick. I'm
That
not
would be
gonna
cool.
lie.
Yeah.
Will the dragon be able to go out and get gold for us? That way you can have our cake and eat it too, type of thing.
I mean, they do that naturally. All we
I
would
just
have to
wanted-
do is follow it.
Imagine
It just
if
needs to
we
be
had a
big enough for all of
dragon
us to
that
sit
go
on.
out. Exactly. Imagine if we had a dragon that go out and just bring us money constantly. That would be sick.
Would you consider that capital gains?
Do we have a color preference?
Yeah, I like purple.
man.
I don't know if there's a purple dragon.
Do we have
but-
to?
I mean,
like,
I like
file
purple as well,
taxes for like
yeah.
all the money and.
No, well, there's
I
probably
feel like we
ways
could
around
all
that.
get away with asking for our own dragon, right? He said each
Ooh,
one.
if we could get our own dragons and then we'd like fly out on a squad of dragons, bro, that would be sick.
That sounds pretty cool.
like the
We
Wild Mount Power Rangers.
Exactly. Fucking Mighty Morphin kick the Cerber Assembly's ass with some dragons, you know?
Mm.
Fucking mow them down. I think we're getting a little off topic though, boys.
Yeah, a little bit.
Gosh. Sometimes, we just go and go.
Hey,
Anyway,
one can dream. We're good.
okay, so do we want group promise or do we want individual promises?
Kind of dig the individual promises.
I do
Same.
too.
Graham, what
Why?
about you? Me?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never been more lost in my life than this moment right now. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what you guys have done prior to like a lot of shit, right? So a lot of this is hitting me in the face really, really fast, and I'm just trying to like
Process it
process
all.
a lot of new
Mm.
information.
Oh,
So
I think on like a
from an outsider
foundational level.
looking in, the promise of a group promise or an individual promise, I wouldn't even know what to ask for individually. So I'm good either or. I'm, yeah, I don't know. Like I have
Dragon
no
does
idea,
sound fucking cool.
but a dragon does sound pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie to you. And if we all get individual dragons, that'd be sick.
can they even do that? Like,
A promise is a promise, right?
I mean, that is true.
Bro, you're gonna set this man on like a Meeseeks adventure. Like he's not gonna be able to fulfill it, and he's just gonna go crazy.
How's your short game?
I'm a bit of a stickler.
Oh god. Okay, so I think individual promises. And then, I mean, if we hit him with that later on down the road and be like, hey, we actually changed our mind, you know, what's he gonna do? It's a life debt. And then
That's true. He's got to fulfill it, right?
he's got to fulfill it. And then if we change our mind, we change our mind. I mean,
I feel like you're getting borderline like disrespectful, but I guess that would be
no, it would be very
Up to Breck.
respectful. We're not
I
gonna
would
do
I
that.
would have to agree. You're being very disrespectful.
Oh God damn it!
I actually I'm sorry, I want this instead.
People and their honor. I swear it gets in the way, but it's okay. I understand it. I'm on team individual promise. I cast my vote.
I think the tribe has
Yeah,
spoken.
I'm in. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm curious to see if he's got any leads on where we might even start.
Now, if we do individual promise, is it going to be a smaller promise than like if we did a group promise? Because like, if we did
Yes.
group promise, it's going to be like a big promise. But then if we do smaller ones, then I'm not going to be able to get as much as like, you know, I don't know. This is rough. Oh, of course. And all right. I'm done.
Okay, so it sounds like the group is ready to go out and signal for Drake.
Has he just
I
been
believe
zooming
so.
around the entire time?
He's just been zooming around. When you guys head back up, you can kind of look up and see zooming around almost in like a hexagonal pattern around the ship.
That
Wow.
can't be very relaxing.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Why didn't he just pop a squat on the bow of the ship?
I don't know. Maybe he's got like
He's got to keep moving to keep charge or something, you know?
Maybe that's the static or
Yeah.
something. He's like recharging in the air.
perpetual
Okay,
motion.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
science.
So you guys wave him down.
Yeah.
All watching him. Yeah.
He just kind of hits the deck, not enough to break anything, but lands on the deck again.
I'm not gonna lie, that
That'd
was
be enough to break
that was pretty
anything.
cool.
I mean, that is really cool. Yeah.
Yes, well, have you all come to a decision then?
I pushed Milo forward since you know he's kind of like
Yeah.
our front piece.
I think we did. I think yeah, we're interested in doing that as long as we're gonna break that. Please correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly. Redaras, got it.
Got it. Okay.
Into a 7-way reward. Unless I'm missing anybody. And also, Mom says that you are very trustworthy, so thumbs up for that.
Milo, roll an insight check.
That's a 10.
10. Okay. You catch a flash of something come over his face again, but it leaves very quickly when you say that. But it seems that comment struck something inside of him, and he.
Am I not able to do it?
Well, you didn't ask. If you want to do an insight check, go ahead and roll an insight check. This is a new situation, so we'll get a new roll here.
I'm just wondering if he made a face.
Like Milo sees it on his face and be like, I didn't know what that was. Ferric. Face check.
That is another 29.
Another
Jesus
29. Holy hell.
I may have
So-
taken a feat with that 9th level.
I see. So it would be what you would see is sadness again. That same sadness and regret. That came over his face with another 29, and this another one. This again when he says, and Zinnia says that you're trustworthy. With a 29, you kind of get the sense of, well, I'm glad that that's the case now.
Can I... do I get the sense that there was some sort of thing there?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Mama
Watch
like the
we
short
just-
kings.
Yeah, I was going to say, watch we just found Milo's dad.
Yeah, he's actually half dwarf. I would say you would with a 29. No.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a thing there. There is he seems pained about hearing about Zinnia's trust. Yeah.
Well, I have 2 questions. First, where would we even start looking? Do you have any leads? And are there any people within that organization that we need to be aware of, both negatively and positively?
How do we go about this?
There is a easy avenue that is opportune to your arrival. Tomorrow night, there is an event. The League of Miracles is putting on for the Spellrights, on behalf of all their mercenary mages, a competition of adventuring parties. Each of the Spellrights sponsor an adventuring party, with the idea that the winning party would be offered premium work with the League. The 4 leaders of the Spellrights, or the 4 Spellrights who are leaders, will be the judges, and the other 20 will have an adventuring party. Tomorrow is an event. This has been going on for a few years now. Tomorrow is an event that kicks off the celebration, and a chance for Spellrights who haven't found a party to connect with some who might fill that role for them. It's called a Party of Parties and kicks off their tournament. That is tomorrow night, the day after the tournament begins. There are 3 Spellrights that we know of who do not currently have a sponsored party. The one who you are meeting with, a novice Spellright named Honor Kinabari, a tiefling blood wizard. She is fierce, but we believe lacks some of the more inside knowledge of the League's intent. There's also Ashlyn Grasparo. She is a very stern, humorless Spellright, one of the older members of the League. She's been out working in Craghammer and had not had time to find a party up until this point. She respects strength. She believes that weakness is unacceptable. Very straightforward. There's also Stolver Alpenbone. He's a Spellright who has been with the League for, as far as we know, about a decade. He is mostly spending his time in the Palace of Wonder, but has returned to Iman for the Party of Parties.
What do they like?
They are quiet, but capable. Very powerful mage who seems to dabble in necromancy. Grim.
Oh.
Yes.
You recognize the name Stolver Alpenbone.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh.
You would recognize that name as somebody who used to be the right-hand mage for Lysander.
Fuck me, dude. What was the name of the person again?
The name is Stolver Alpenbone.
And he's one that's needing a party.
Yes.
Would I have did I physically see this person?
Oh, yes, many times. Your adrenaline shoots through the roof when you hear that name.
Yeah, no, I feel it. I feel it right now.
Yeah. Sorry. I was talking about character, not player, but hey, if player too, then that's on you, man.
Whoa. I was totally caught off guard with that. Holy shit. Okay. In character, no expression. So let's just go with that for now.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Got it.
So these 3, which one is our best bet? Honestly, I'm not on Team Ashlyn because, I'm a pretty humorous guy. So I would prefer, but I mean, if it benefits the party more.
Also,
This
if we're
is
trying to get information, do we really want to go with the novice?
That's true.
That is
So,
true.
good
The honor Kinobari or whatnot. Yeah, good point.
DM question.
Okay.
Blood magic. What kind of connotation does that have?
Yeah.
Is that totally
Uh,
cool?
Give me an Arcana check or a History check.
Oh man, we are going Arcana for sure.
Ekimus, you can too if you want.
Jesus. 11.
For I don't know, maybe because that's
Also, I've seen the art for honor, and it's fucking dope.
yeah.
It's gonna be a 19.
A 19, okay, and 11 for Milo. Milo, I would say with an 11, you've heard of other types of magic or schools of magic like that. You may have heard of it, Hemocraft. You've
Okay.
heard the term Hemocraft, but beyond that, you don't know a ton about it. Ekimos, it's another moment for you. And in fact, this moment, here we go. Yeah, in fact, in this moment, we're going to actually change up the vibe a little bit because you hear...
Sorry, boys.
You
This is
hear
what we've
Blood
been waiting
Wizard,
for.
and around you, the sky starts to turn a crimson red color.
Oh, fuck.
And you remember now blood making runic symbols on the walls around you, stone walls, runic symbols spinning in blood, and looking and seeing a mage moving their hands, controlling these symbols as they turned to gain power. You have this weird flashback where you're in the room on the deck, going back and forth between the two. You can see that the wizard is the second person in the room. And as you look to your left and as you start to move, you realize you're laying on a table looking up at these rings of blood. You look to your left and you see Gorgfiend with his hands just sitting kind of across, watching. In a robe that's very different from his normal working clothes. You know what a blood wizard is. You've seen them work before, but you didn't remember it until this moment. And you remember that they can use their blood to fuel spells. They can make their spells stronger through the use of blood, or they can use their blood in place of components. So in particular, when things or organizations like the Pansophical track the use of high-level magical components for certain ritual spells, a blood wizard can get around that. And they can do things that are harder to track with those types of rituals and spells. And then the vision goes away, and you're back on the deck.
So yeah, Drake. So what do you? Which one of these do you think would be our best bet going with to get the most information?
It depends on how you go about it.
Mm-hmm.
The winning team will have an audience with the Wonder Worker.
Okay.
Something offered this year that has not been offered in the past.
Oh.
The Wonder Worker has only ever been seen 3 times.
3, damn.
How long has Silver been involved in this whole thing?
We've known of his participation in the League of Miracles as a spellwright for approximately 10 years.
Big Wolf. So I've had my run-ins with Stolver before, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That's not good. Like that is not a good thing. I ran with the crew before the last song, and I was found once I was dropped off at the orphanage. I was taken in by this crew, and I did really bad things for really bad people, and he was one of them. He's not good, and I, as if we weren't in enough danger before, this is definitely up there now. So if we make this play and he sees me, I don't know if he's going to recognize me too much, but if he does and he puts 2 and 2 together, that's going to open a whole other can of worms that I don't know where that leads. He, along with like a lot of other people, or one person in particular, but he was definitely one of the people I was trying to avoid when we thought about going back to Nicodranas.
Will all the Spellwrights be at the Party of Parties watching the competition?
They're all invited if they do not all attend. That is up to whatever events may come up, but the intent is that all of them will be there.
We might have to cross that bridge anyway, man.
I can disguise you, Grim. Make you look like someone else. I got you.
I did a lot of really, really bad things before I kind of came to, and these guys are really, really bad. Like really, really, really bad, and they scare the shit out of me. So I'm down to do it and I'm down to go for it, but I think it's just fair for you guys to know the dangers that come with doing this. Like, this isn't just a quick little espionage mission and we get in and get out. Like, we're about to really jump into some deep shit.
Do these guys have a name?
Yeah. The crew I ran with last was a thieves guild. It was they recruited me when I was 4, and I was recruited by 2 people at the time from the orphanage. They took me from the orphanage, and it was a thieves guild called the Promise of the Might. And Stover and the leader Lysander Raven found me and brainwashed me and turned me into something that wasn't good. And I essentially became a child soldier, you know?
Yep. DM, I'm gonna Promise of the Might. Have we heard?
I would say, yeah, the 5 who aren't Grim roll a history check. It's a high DC.
Yeah.
And actually, something over here too.
I ain't hear a damn thing. I got a nat 1 for a 5.
Okay.
7.
18.
Ooh, okay.
Is it common for different criminal organizations to know of other ones?
Generally speaking, yes.
So if you had history with one, could you roll with advantage?
In your case, because of where you had your interactions, I would say yes.
Oh, come on.
Oh, give us the D's.
Big rolls.
I need the T.
I rolled 12.
Okay. Breck, what about you? I think I heard you roll.
I got a 13.
13. Okay, got it. Nobody's heard of the Promise of the
Damn, not even Milo's 18. Holy
Not
shit.
even heard.
Oh.
That
Not
shit
even
was a 30.
heard of. I will say that Drake, after you say that, Grim, he says, that's fucking funny.
Oh.
Real funny. What were they really called?
Do you see me fucking laughing?
Oh.
So when Drake says that, can I do an insight check on Grim?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight
Oh.
check. A Grim roll deception or persuasion.
Good luck, buddy.
Do I have to roll? Because I feel like at this point, like it's written all over his face. Like he is as serious as he can be. So I'm not gonna roll anything.
Okay. Then
Like,
I'll say
it's
then,
there.
yeah, if you give up the DC, no try, then you can tell Varric. What are you trying to get, or what are you trying to determine here? I guess.
Well, it sounds like somebody here isn't telling the truth. So
Oh, I
either
see. Your insight check
either-
on Grim, he's dead serious. Yeah, for sure. If you're inciting Drake, is that what you're trying to do also?
can I do both?
What was your roll?
26.
26. Okay. Drake is a little taken aback, is what I'll see. He doesn't believe Grim. After he sees Grim say that, he looks a
Yeah.
little worried. And says, "The promise of the Mites, a bedtime story. There's been no actual trace that's been found."
Well, I can tell you right now, I don't know much about it, but he's not lying.
Well, then I suppose that you already have given me all, or you have all already given me some valuable information.
Oh.
If that is indeed the case, then your friend may be right about what we step into. But we may be able to use it as well. There are many who enter the League of Miracles with a questionable history. There is nothing that stops the League of Miracles from employing powerful mages. A connection might be able to be leveraged. There are other ways, but that would be one that could play out well.
Look, if we're gonna walk into this, I think you guys deserve to know exactly what's happening or what's happened. So Drake's not entirely wrong. There's a reason why most of us haven't heard of the guild, and that's because it's designed like that for centuries. These people have been around forever, and you're right, they are a legend, they're a folklore. You're one of the few, if you're lucky enough, to even hear whispers of this group. Like I said, I was found during a shipwreck. That's all fact. Nora found me. She dropped me off in Nicodranus at an orphanage because she's a fucking pirate. She can't be a full-time mom. So, at this orphanage, I was, like any other kid, playful, whatever. But that's what they look for. What better place to poach and brainwash somebody than a kid who doesn't even know where he came from, who doesn't remember who he is? The Promise of the Might's whole mission is to infiltrate anything and everything in any society that's ever existed since the beginning of time. It was started centuries ago as a rogue faction within the same guild, and then it just exploded into what it is now. I was turned into a full-blooded killer from the start of a kid. I took my first life when I was 5. That's how I was officially inducted into the guild. And it didn't stop there. I was there for 8-10 years. I don't even remember. And the only reason I got out was because of Nora. And I've been hunted by them ever since. I've spent the last 6 years trying to run away from it and trying to hide from them, but here we are. A whole miles and miles away, and they seem to keep fucking finding me. So the whole design of the guild is to infiltrate money and power and politics and everything. These guys are ghost stories, they're folklore. And I know because I was one of them. Like, I was there. So I snapped out of it, and I realized what I was doing, and I realized the actual story behind them and what the true nature of it is. And to be honest, it's just this crazy fucking guy who wants to continue a ghost story that somebody started centuries ago. And like all things, it's all about power and money. So that's why I left. I left because I was tired of killing people in cold blood. I left because I was tired of leaving other kids as orphans. And I left because I was scared. Because for a split second, I actually started to believe in that bullshit. So I've spent forever trying to atone for everything that I've done, and I guess this is just another atonement that I have to go for. But I'm telling you right now, this guy is not good news. This guy was the right-hand man to the big boss. Like, this guy was 10 steps ahead of everyone all the time. So the only people who know about the Promise of the Might who were even still alive are me, Nora, and or like everyone else on the last song, because they had to know who I was.
So you're not on good terms with these people?
These people are so upset that I'm the first one to defect from the group in over 1,000 years.
So lying to this man and playing a role is not an option.
This guy, I feel like, is going to sniff me out in a heartbeat. We can try, and I'm willing to try it, but I think it's fair to you guys to know what we're getting into now. Because we're about to go find one of the most mythical fucking guilds on the world. And if they're involved, then this thing goes way deeper than I ever thought. These guys can be involved with almost everyone. These guys can be involved with the Cerberus Assembly. These guys can be involved with everything in Amon. These guys can be involved with literally everything that we've ever had connections with ever. Like, these guys have eyes and ears everywhere.
I'd like to look at Drake's face while he's saying all this stuff. I'm looking for like disbelief to sad, horrified realization.
It's kind of a reckoning of trying to digest the information he's getting right now. He was just told something that didn't existed, and that a former member of that group is here standing in front of him telling him and everybody on the deck about this organization. He's struggling to believe it because of the implications of it. So it's kind of a mix of wanting to not believe, but also understanding some of the truth of what's being said as well. So there's a bit of fear as well. But he also, I would say, kind of looks like a little antsy. Yeah, kind of ready to get back and start doing some research himself.
Drake, if you don't mind me asking, you seem to know quite a bit about our little group here. What names have been attached to these stories as far as individuals? Is it just Bastion's Watch, or is like everybody's just names are just kind of out there or associated with the name Bastion's Watch?
How do you mean?
Like, if somebody knows Bastion's Watch, do they know all the individual members of the group, or is it just a group name that's out there?
I see. I gotcha. There have been individual stories, yes. Your more public status now may help protect you. There are... The more well-connected individuals to information would know who you are individually. But Generally speaking, most of the public knows Bastion's Watch.
So somebody as intelligent as you're saying, Grim, would probably know all of us.
Yeah.
So what I'm
So-
hearing is we don't go into this competition calling ourselves Bastion's Watch.
At this point, it's probably too late. We can call ourselves anything we want. They know. He probably already knows.
There's people waiting for us at the dock too.
Yeah, and even if he hangs back, they probably know he's somewhere.
The
near.
only thing that might be saving you guys is just the fact that he probably doesn't even know that I'm with you guys. I don't know. Like, you have to think, I haven't seen these people in 10 years. Like, I've spent that long running away. So they have been looking for me, but I haven't had any run-ins with, at least as far as I know.
That's a good point because you did join us late, so you may not be public knowledge that you're part of the group now.
I did
Yeah,
not
that's what I
start.
was-
I'll go ahead and say here, because I was actually just thinking about that. In particular, the only time that Hope's Bastion has been in, or sorry, that Bastion's Watch has been in Hope's Bastion with Grim was after coming through the cave. And so Hope's Bastion walked in kind of parade style after defeating everybody. Grim, I very specifically, you remember moving away from the group and into the crowd and sticking behind everybody. So,
Flush.
given that very specific action that you took in the biggest moment where Bastion's Watch story came out and celebrated, I'll say Drake is going to confirm for you guys. Grim, I did not know of you specifically. But if Bastion's Watch is known and your name is attached with it or not attached with it yet, then we may be able to help disguise you.
Yes.
Look, I think we're in a very interesting position here. It wasn't until recently that I really found myself feeling like I was a part of Bastion's Watch, and that was just, when Breck took control of the Alcantara again, right? When he officially extended that invitation. But even then, it's not like we held a big poster that said, hey, Grim's now a part of the Bastion Watch. Like, that's not public knowledge. So we still might be able to use this to our advantage. But you would also just have to be very cautious. I'll do what I can to stay in the shadows and be in and whatnot and do what I can to make myself look different. But again, like, this was like 10 years ago. I haven't seen these guys in 10 years. These guys are like pride themselves in being hidden. So
So I had another question for you, Drake. The Cerberus Assembly seems pretty well connected within the Empire. Chances are they probably have connections outside of it as well. Do you know anyone specific to this area that they might have ties with?
Most likely the ambassador. And let me bring that up here. The ambassador, human. His name is Gran Pimo, Pimo. If there was going to be anybody who was giving information back to the assembly, he'd be the one. They may have others who are working on their behalf, but that's the known element.
I'm just trying to think ahead of different organizations that they may have ties to, and if they feel like if somebody as powerful as them may know of this group you're talking about, Grim. It's a long shot. I'm just thinking outside the box.
Would I be able to remember like the different groups that the guild worked with while I was there?
You can roll a
Like
history
what?
check, like specifically what they had infiltrated, essentially.
Yeah,
Our
essentially like where
specialty.
was there, like where
Hmm.
where we held positions of power within.
Oh, sure.
What?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a
So-
history check. Yeah.
I think can Milo like walk away a little bit? Give me 1
Sure.
second, guys. And then I think I'm gonna try and send another sending. I'm gonna go find a safe place, not to be overheard, and cast a sending message back over to Zinnia.
Okay. Let's do Grim. What was that history check, and then we'll do the sending.
22 for history.
22. Okay. So when you were there, you knew that there were other organizations, in particular political organizations, that were attempting to be infiltrated. Essentially, any member of the Promise who could gain political station would be rewarded. But that's not where you were. You were working mostly with the those who would be infiltrating other criminal networks. The most relevant for you in terms of where you guys are at now would be the Clasp. The Clasp is a very prominent thieves guild in Tal'Dorei, although over the last few decades they have become more and more of a public organization, one that the Republic of Tal'Dorei itself has leaned on for help since the destruction by the Chroma Conclave, and they have become a lot more legitimate. So if you were to walk around Amon and talk about the Clasp, it wouldn't be like you're talking about a thieves guild necessarily anymore. They would be talking about a group that also does, one of the members of the Clasp might be walking around out in the open as a known member of the Clasp. They wouldn't get harassed by guards. They wouldn't get any kind of like lawful bounty against them. And most recently, I would say with the 22, you would have heard of the beginning stages of members of the Clasp being elevated to a delegate-like position within the Tal'Dorei Council voting chambers.
Whoa. Yeah,
And
this
then
is-
for Milo, what are you sending?
Man. Okay, so Promise of the Mites, possible infiltration of League of Miracles by Stolver Alpenbone. Advise Ashlyn Vesparo, honor Kenny Bari, advise.
Let me see here. Take extreme caution. I do not recognize any names. But if the promise is real, and you hear her voice in her head, and she kind of waits a moment, they are formidable. I do not recognize the names you've given.
Cool. When he walks back out. Yeah, pretty much basically the same scary information that, yeah. Cool.
Like Stolver was the right-hand person with the person who led at least that area of the Promise, which was a guy named Lysander Raven. That was the head guy when I was in Nicodranas running with the guild. He was the one that called all the shots, made all the plans, and sent them forward. And right next to him was Stolver. So these two as far as I'm aware, and as far as what was communicated and told to me in the digging that I did before I left, Lysander is the leader. Like, he is the guy that has led the guild forever. I don't even know how old the dude is, but he is a savant with words and is as deceitful as they come. So he is a scary, scary person.
You see Milo kind of like hang his head real quick. Shit, I should have mentioned something about that guy.
Look, if you need the only other person who might have more information than I do would be Nora. You can try and talk to her and see what she had found out on her end. I mean, she's the one that caught me when I was pretty much uncatchable from everyone. So you could ask her, but these are just people that I've had direct dealings with. These two specifically, if they are involved, if he's here, then Lysander's close. He's got to be here. And if that's the case, then it's really interesting, really quick.
Hey, Grim.
Yes.
I think I have enough in me to get one more spell off if you want to do exactly that.
Talk to Nora.
I'm not sure if you know that she's got the capabilities to send anything back, but
Oh, you can respond with regular sending.
oh shit. Well, then there you go.
You get a response with regular sending too.
Would Mumble be able to send something to Nora?
Oh, good question. Let me see here.
Because I don't think Morgana would. At least if she does, I don't know. But
Yeah, I don't think they would quite be powerful enough for third level spells. So he wouldn't have anything inherently able to do it. He might know of ways to get a message to her that would be quicker than like a letter, but not specifically sending.
I don't think Morgana and Mumble can send anything. So if you have it in you, I would just tell her what we found. And she's going to be a little surprised that you know, so be mindful. But tell her, hey, cat's out of the bag. Everyone knows. And this is where the road led to. And she may be able to tell you a little bit more of what she's found.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it, or I could also just maybe write down exactly what you would say to her, and then do that.
Sure. Well, what do you want
guys
to
figure
do?
that out? I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. About 30 seconds.
Same.
Oh my god!
Yo.
Holy shit!
Like, nothing about Grim. Shit just hit the fan.
Mhm.
Yeah, boy. This is great. I
Rough.
love it. You really
Oh,
Solid.
fucking.
oh my
Hey,
god!
by the way, guys, this is fucked.
But yeah, by the way, the Illuminati exists and they're after you. Oh, cool, thanks. It's a good update.
Holy shit! Oh man, that got me. That really got me.
So I immediately want to go be like, hey, we should totally hook up with this Stolver guy and fucking patsy that guy.
Oh yeah, I am all on board with being his
I
team.
don't know how we're gonna do that, but
Yeah.
I guess Milo, what do you want to know? Like, what would you want to ask Nora? Like, what key things?
oh man, I'd be curious to see if Stolver's his activity, if he's still going the route that he's been going, anything about Lysander and his possible location, any historical data we can get within the last couple years.
I mean, would I know anything as far as like any rumblings of what they've been doing, or try and keep tabs on them just to avoid them?
Not since he's left. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of them, is to really not leave a trace. Even with knowing methods, it's hard to track. There's a lot. You would know there's like a lot of rotating codes and systems that if you're not up to date on what they are, you're just going to be completely out of the loop. And as
Right.
soon as you left, you were not in on those anymore.
I think we could try and send something to Nora and see what she has been able to dig up and know. Thing is, it's hard because once you're not in the circle, you're kind of just like you're in the dark. The whole purpose is to be untraceable and invisible. So the last I knew, or the last I know, was pretty much that we did have connections with the clasp, and since then, obviously, things have changed dramatically for Iman. So I don't even know what that looks like anymore. So I see what she knows and if she's found out anything new, but at the very least to let her know that we're this close to them, because it wasn't just me they were looking for. I mean, they're very upset at this random pirate who took one of their people. Like the whole point is to keep you there until you're dead. And best case scenario, you die in a mission. But now you have one of their former members out in the open who knows all their secrets. That's like a huge loose thread. So I think at the very least, it'd be best to let her know that this is what's about to happen. So at least she can watch her back too.
Yeah, that's important. Do you guys have like a key phrase or anything like that I might be able to use to authenticate that these are coming from you? Like it's Baby Boy
Grim, I'll say, yeah. So Grim, what I would say is that each member of the last song would have a particular name of a song that they would use to identify themselves in these types of communications.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have one as well that would kind of fit for you on that. Oops. Let's see. And if you'd like a specific one,
hit me with
that. Your specific song was "Gamble of Time."
Damn. Well chosen.
Yeah, just slip before you start sending the message, just slip in the phrase. What was it, gamble of time or in time?
Gamble of time.
Yeah. You could just start it off with just literally start off with gamble of time. And just tell her that Adamon, the promise is here. And then whatever else you'd like to put in, hopefully get an answer for yourselves.
We've been talking about this right in front of Drake. Like, does it even matter anymore if I walk away?
Oh yeah, I mean
he's like so full.
Yeah. I would say he's still here, but he seems, like he's not prying or anything, if that's what you mean.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna step away real quick. Milo puts his finger up to his ear like he's making a cell phone call and starts walking towards the bow of the boat. A gamble in time in Iman. A gamble in time in Iman. The promise is here. Stolver is here. Lysier, location unknown. Do you have any information to help us? Thanks. All right, let's see what she said. She's going to say something.
So she responds back. She starts with, "Need your troubles," as her phrase, or her song name.
I say that back to Grim. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
That's her song.
Oh, okay.
So he clarifies that. And then she says, we had a lead on Lysander.
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 My bad, guys.
But he was working with the Revelry. Recent lead. And the next one, it kind of is a little bit hard to hear, but you can tell that she whispered this one almost as if it was not an afterthought, but something she didn't want to say out loud. And she says, keep Johnny safe.
Can do.
Can do.
And I'm gonna kind of nudge over to Grim and be like, "It's nice to meet you, Johnny."
Oh, has that name not been said out loud?
You know, I think I'm as the DM, I say it sometimes, but I don't know that it has actually.
I don't think I've ever heard of this before.
So,
Yeah.
we all know
Yeah.
him.
Good call.
Right on.
Yeah, and I would have just been spitting it out as it comes. Besides the Johnny part.
Do any of us know who the Revelry is? Like, would I know who that is?
Oh, it's
Good
the group
question.
of pirates. Yeah, absolutely. I would not make Breck or Grim especially, and Varric. I would not make any of you guys roll for knowing easily. The Revelry is a group of pirates, loosely incorporated ships. The last song is mostly, involved with them, not in a like organized kind of way, but the last song has certainly been to where the Revelry is kind of headquartered at their little island. So they're associated with that as well. But yeah, all you guys know, that's the group of pirates.
Awesome. Great. I
Breck,
think
you hear that, it kind of almost have like a who mentioned the fucking Revelry. I mean, your whole thing was going after Revelry pirates for sure.
Do I know where the Revelry is stationed?
Good question. Go ahead and roll a history check for me on that.
Oh,
I'll give you
so
advantage
great at
too
these.
because you were advantage because you were on a ship that went after them.
Do I have to roll for that information?
I would say so, but you get advantage also.
Okay.
I got an 11.
You said it was history?
11. Okay. Yeah. History. Yeah.
14.
14. Okay. Not hard to see for you guys who would know these things. Dark Toe Isle is the name of the island where the Revelry is headquartered at. Breck, I would say with an 11, it's not somewhere you've been, but you would generally know of its location. You guys never actually went there on the Alcantara. You would know that it is also run by the Plank King. Both of you would know.
Do I know the Plank King's name, or do I just know him as the Plank King?
Graham, you know you've been to Dark Toe.
awesome. I think as much as I hate to say it, but I think our best bet is to try and infiltrate what's over and go from there. But at the same time, we came here for a specific reason, and I don't want to push that to the side. Like, we got this far to Amon for a reason. This has been talked about forever. So I also want anybody else who has business here to do it, but time may not be on our side, so we got to do it quickly.
Ekamos, you're barely even listening. You're looking out over this now familiar sight of the horizon with Iman and its buildings here. You look out and you see the palace, and it reminds you mostly of your time after you woke back up, trying to find any bit of who you are, who you were, who you are, what happened. And you look across, you see a sapphire pyramid, and you almost have this latent feeling of magical energy running through you as you walk by it, as if there was something that reached out to it as you walked by it the first time. Go ahead and roll a history check for me. This is a first of a skill challenge for you that will be going throughout this.
No.
17.
17. As your eyes trail the horizon, you look out to the large walls surrounding Iman. You remember going in and out of them on your search, looking through the different areas, seeing if anything jogged your memory. And before they didn't, before your travels did not remind you of anything. But now, after having unlocked so many different things from your past, seeing scenes from your past play out as if they were being unlocked in your brain as you continued, as you connected more with this magic, this deal that you have made. You look out to the outer wall, the more poverty-stricken, dense areas of Amon, outside the city walls. And as you look over, the thing that catches your eye is the type of trees. There's trees that separate the outer wall from the farms on the other side of it. And you see smoke rising from the farms beyond. And almost as if your vision zooms into a specific point, you see a vision of your home. You see yourself as you walk down a small dirt path in your yard and you turn to look. You're not sure if this was the first, the last, or one of the many times in between that you stopped to look back at your house on your way to the apothecary. But you look back and remember. You remember the steps you take to get to the gates, to get to the apothecary. You remember the directions. You see this image of your house in your brain. You see the trees behind it. And in this moment, as they talk about other people who have other things to do, you have unlocked where you lived. And you know that if you were to go and just start walking, your feet would take you there. And as the vision fades, what is almost kind of the mumbled voices of the other party members starts to come back into focus as we pop back in where Grim was speaking.
Yeah, so if anybody has anything to do, we probably want to get to that before anything else. But
yeah, this is a crazy, untimely news. And as soon as we get here, yeah, I'm sure you guys all remember me, kind of wanting to get over here and figure out all what's going on with me. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it kind of puts a time crunch on me, so that's kind of unfortunate because I've yet to, figure everything out. So, yeah, I guess that just puts me on a time crunch now.
I don't know if it's like that. I feel like time crunch is putting it in the most like intense of terms. But like I said, this person doesn't know I'm with you, and this person doesn't like the last time this person saw me, I was a teenager. I was like 14. This was like 10 years ago. Like I would hope I don't look how I did back then.
Right.
So then
and Drake speaks up here and says, the party of excuse me, get my dwarf voice back on. The party of parties isn't until tomorrow night. It's morning now. There's the rest of the day and tomorrow to get settled in. And once the competition starts, there's 2 days in between each round. So there's plenty of time to do other things while here in Amon as well.
Okay, well, yeah, I definitely need to get going on what I need to get going, so I won't hold up the party for sure. Yeah.
Mr. Drake, when you say settle in, is there any resources or a secure location that you might offer us that might serve better protected for possibly Grim and us? Or are we going to be on our own?
The Empire has given quite a bit of money on your behalf. I would assume the League will be offering a place to stay to you. But if you are doing this on our behalf, perhaps it would be best to maintain a bit of separation publicly between the Pansophical and you all.
Can't argue with that.
I'm happy to make a suggestion or give you gold for accommodations now, but
I'll take both a suggestion and gold.
We'll definitely take the gold.
kind of gives a bit of a sigh and hands over a small coin pouch of 25 gold pieces.
To who specifically?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because I don't know. You choose that, not me. I'm not choosing. You choose.
I'll chuck it back over to Alivor.
Who reaches their hand out? Yeah.
Yeah, buddy, give me that pouch. Don't worry, guys. I'll take care of us.
If it helps, I didn't go by the name or by my name when I was with the guild. The name I have was given to me by Nora. This was not given to me by the guild. So they don't even know my name. That was the whole point.
I'm kind of thinking I might want to slap you with invisibility for 2 hours while we find some place to stay.
So we can dress him up.
If that's cool.
Quite a good
I
disguise.
do have a disguise fit.
Ooh, me too.
Proficient in disguise.
So we got enough rogues here. We can touch him up, make him look nice.
I think I'm gonna agree with Grim over here as far as Stolver probably being our best bet as a target to track.
Yeah.
With respect to corruption inside of the League of Miracles.
He's got to be like that has to be the target. Like fuck everybody else. Like we have to go after him.
I mean that. Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
To gain his not trust but attention. Do you have any suggestions, Johnny?
Right, because he's still got to pick us, doesn't he?
How do we gain his favor?
I mean, I don't know. They always were very keen on like quick, efficient, but like they also love theatrics.
Oh.
You have to think like my job was very different from what his job was and what other people's jobs were. Like I was really in to like create the connection, and if somebody needed to get taken out, go in quickly, or if we needed to make a message or like send a message to somebody, then it could get pretty brutal, but like quick, efficient, and like these guys are egomaniacs, so they love a show.
Did you ever put a horse's head into somebody's bed before?
I don't think that's the show he's quite talking about.
Did not.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I do pride myself into being kind of a showsman. Not the most musically talented, but I can put on one hell of a.
You're getting better, man.
I know. I just can't get it. I say this whole time, you'd think I would finally get it, but
like, what are the challenges that we even have to do?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Drake.
Yeah.
This is a competition of combat. You will be going up against the other adventuring parties.
Oh.
And a test of skill. You'll be fighting each other.
Oh.
Like, no weapons, with magic, without magic. Hey, this is just a bare knuckle box to see who's good, or like,
I prefer.
are we
not
talking about like
because
I was
we
tournament here, or are we talking about like Hunger Games style?
we lost our bare knuckle boxers, so he's not here at the moment.
With weapons and magic allowed, with protections in place to stop from death happening.
Guys, we're gonna need some like way better equipment because I'm running around with a little toothpick and like really old leather armor. So if we're really gonna do this, I'd rather be able to actually fight somebody than just freaking bite at their ankles and hope they die.
This is a big city. We can find things.
Mr. Drake. Besides, well, when you introduced us to Ashlyn Vesparo, you said that he likes, or that she likes, strength, and that the that honor is of a magical sorts. And while Stolver is also of the magic sorts, what would they be drawn to? Something on par with strength? Do they like
Unique magics.
unique magics?
We have made sure that the necromancy that Stolver practices falls within the guidelines that the Pansophical would like to see not crossed. But it seems that particularly magics that are not widely known are of the most interest to him.
What about things like spatial displacement and graviturgy?
Potentially so. I do not presume to know as much to know the specifics that he already does.
Honor?
Okay.
Honor's new. We haven't had a lot of time to assess some of her interests, except to say that she lives true to her name. She's a member of the League who doesn't seem to have any ill intent or nefarious networks or intents that we can see, at least.
Boring.
Another option we have, like, we don't have to, like, we know Stolver's a bad guy, right? That's already decided, so we don't really have to like try and delve too deep into that in the very beginning because we already know he's into some deep shit. We could side with somebody else, like go that route, just so we could at least keep an eye on Stolver while making a connection on the other side and hopefully gaining an ally there, so that when shit does hit the fan, at least we have this whole side of an ally to go against Stolver and possibly the whole promise of the might, along with whoever else they might have. But like, if we choose Stolver, then we know we're like, okay, we're gonna uncover shit, but we're not gonna be able to make any allies past that because we've already pretty much allied with Stolver. Allied, I use that loosely, but we're like going with him.
Drake chimes in and says, honor is new enough in the organization that she might be swayed against it if the information or motive was strong enough.
I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I feel like choosing Stolver, though, would be like a quick in to what could be like the corruption that could be happening. My thought process is we already know he's corrupt. We already know he's a shitbag. There's no need to try and find out how much of a shitbag he is. We could side with somebody else, try and gain favor with somebody else, and kind of peel back the curtain for them so that then we have them on our side as opposed to just like trying to take it all on themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Drake, could you explain more of the parameters of these competitions, these fights? Are there a group number that needs to be established? Is that group number going to be equal from team to team? Say if maybe Grim sits this whole thing out and does his own thing while we're participating? Possibly spying?
As I understand it, there are anywhere from 5 to 7 members. I do not know that there would be accommodations for a different number if somebody were to sit out.
We could designate somebody to keep an eye on them or anyone while we're all focused on the party of parties. I don't think there's anybody as well equipped to do that than Grim. But that's just-
Yeah, that is true, because if he's not a member, he's not known as a member of Bastion's Watch, no one's going to think twice when just the 5 of us roll up. They're not going to be like, oh, where's their 6th? You know?
but that's dangerous.
Yeah, you will be on your own if we do that.
And I think
I mean,
things now.
do.
I'm very curious into Lysander as well. And if we do go with somebody else, I don't know if we get the same kind of information. Because if he's just the tip of the iceberg, as you've been saying, he's going to be our gateway to the actual problem. I also don't want to completely disregard these other 2 individuals.
Yeah, I say we choose between the other 2 individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And we just keep close eye on Silver, and if that means I kind of stay into the shadows and slip behind and just kind of like do my own thing while you guys are kind of putting on the show, and I'm kind of just like trying to find stuff out in the background while all eyes are on you, then we can do that. Because like you said, I mean, it's not like we made it known that I was really a part of Bastion's Watch. I feel like they know who you guys are, and like Drake said, he didn't even know I was here or a part of this group. And also, I still have Mumble and Morgana. They know of my backstory. They know of what happened, but they weren't involved, so they have no eyes on them per se, apart from just being on the last song. But it's not like we plastered their names on the side of the ship.
I like it.
Where's Zarm?
He's not with the group, but he's around.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still on the ship.
I mean, I'm down to like kind of go Solid Snake on the whole thing and kind of blend into the shadows while you guys are out there kicking ass in the competition. I think that would be pretty cool.
I think that's a strong strategy.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zarm would be willing to back you up a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, we have Morgana and Mumble as well. Like,
Yeah.
I could use them, or I could have one of them go with you guys instead. It's up to you. Like,
I was going to say, we've got old Bugbear Boy. Maybe he could bolster our forces
I mean,
in the actual fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys could take him in my place, and he'd be your extra man, and then I could take whoever you want me to take, and we can kind of try and blend in a little bit, you know.
Got options.
I say we choose the other 2, and I will tail
Okay.
Bag.
I like that. I say
Is in.
Mr. Drake, tell me again about Ashlyn Vespero. What is this individual about? You said
Spellright has been with the organization for quite a few years. She's an older human, stern and humorless. She was working in Craghammer and just recently arrived back into Iman.
I am getting the sense that there is nothing in this individual's history that would lead us to believe that they would be a part of anything negative in this capacity. So I don't want to completely overlook this person. I would say let's target honor if that's the case.
Yep.
Fuck with it.
Would that assumption be accurate, Mr. Drake?
It seems as good a plan as any, from where I'm standing at least.
There are no indicators that Vesparo might be up to something.
Not beyond any other member of the League.
Yeah, I'm sold on honor with the intent to watch Stover.
Well then, with that, I take my leave. It's been good to see you again, Milo. And it has been good to meet Bastion's Watch. All of you have shown, or rather, shared quite a story from what you have been accomplishing across Wildmount. I'm excited to see the impact you have on Tal'Dorei as well.
It was a pleasure to re-meet you, Mr. Drake. I will try and remember this one, and I hope that we get to see each other again soon.
And he looks over to Breck last and says, "It'll take a dwarf to keep all of them in line. Make sure they don't go too crazy."
That's impossible.
He laughs and turns back into his little mini lightning bolt and starts heading off back towards Iman. And with that, I think it's a good point to take a break. So let's do 15 minutes here. I got 1:40 Pacific. We'll call it 55 on the dial wherever you're at. We will come back and move on to the docks and getting into Iman and everything else that Ekamos is going to remember from there. All right, let's go to break. All right, all right, all right. All right, so coming back into the Alcantara, the deck of the Alcantara, as the group has made some plans for their time here in Iman. It's about, at this point, an hour journey into the port. And as you move by the dozens of ships that are coming in and out, there are a few different options. But what I'll say is, Breck, being an experienced sailor, you do see an area of the port that looks more parking, more or less, that you can take the ship to be kept at, to be docked at. As you guys are going this last leg of the journey here, you also look up and do see two skyships, one that is entering Amon, one that is leaving Amon, with some large stones attached to the ship itself. You look up and see those, but there is the area to just dock the ship, or if you wanted to try and go to the merchant side to see if you could barter something or get something that is a little more commercial. There is also, let me take a look at the map here, actually. There we go. There is also an area that looks like it has some warships a little closer to what the Alcantara is. But you guys would know enough about Amon to know that Amon typically doesn't have a standing army. It is just something that happens when there are things to need an army for. So it is up to you, Captain Deep Delver, how you'd like to take in the ship. Easiest way is just to get it docked, though.
Actually, I would like to take it to like the more commercial side, more of like a docking bay kind of thing, because I want to get it worked on after it got pretty fucked up by a giant.
Yeah, it did get a little fucked up by a giant. Okay, got it. So as you go in, there is you kind of go through these, kind of following the commercial routes. You spot some ships that have obvious full boxes of cargo on the top of the ship. You go down that lane and kind of almost like line up with the ships a little bit. And as you move forward and get through, there is somebody who comes out actually on a small, like, levitating platform. They go out to the edge of the ship where normally you'd place out, a plank to the dock to walk to, and come to the edge of the ship to gather the information about who you are and why you're coming in. What you would see here, this would be another dwarvish woman. In this particular case, she has kind of like red blonde hair, not very extravagant braiding or anything like that. She does not sport the female dwarven beard. She's clean shaven on the face, but she does kind of have that look about her, like, all right, let's get to it. Who are you and what do you want?
Captain Deep Delver of the Alcantara. I'm looking to dock for repairs and potential upgrades. I'm thinking at least a week minimum.
She kind of gives you a look upwards and looks back down. She has a very large leather-bound book. Rifles through back a few pages. Looks... Captain Deep Delver of the Alcantara. It's been a few years since you've been here.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since we docked them on.
And are you here on official Empire business on behalf of the Righteous Brand, or a more personal visit?
Personal visit.
Should we expect any dignitaries or political figures on the ship with you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Understood. And is the ship under private ownership? Or...
That is correct. It is under private ownership now.
Understood.
No longer serves the Empire.
No longer serves the Empire. Well, then we need to get our records updated. post haste. All right. Well, the docking is 10 gold per day. For the repairs, and she kind of goes down and starts looking around, and she takes about a full 30-40 seconds to go around the ship. The repairs look to be able to be done to be fixed with about 250 gold pieces. That is an estimate, of course. That may increase or decrease once we find the full nature of the damage. So with a week of docking and the repairs, we're looking at about 320 gold pieces. We'd need at least 160 of that up front.
Yeah, that's not even an issue.
Oh, fantastic. And will you need any loading or unloading services while docked?
Well, actually, we used some cannon fire on the way here, so if you wouldn't mind actually restocking our gunpowder and any supplies we might have used, and potentially I wanted to get an upgrade on the ship. I was hoping we could put some sort of raised planter for a garden.
A unique request, but one I'm sure one of our former Sharia employees would be able to accommodate. We'll see what we can do. We'll add that to the estimate at the end because I'm not quite sure how much that would cost. Not a very frequent request.
All right. And I'm going to give up that 160 gold.
Okay.
May I ask a question? Well, I guess this is kind of for Breck, but do you mind if we put in any kind of smithing materials or some sort of area
for like a forge?
I don't know how well that would work on a wooden boat, but I guess whatever is possible. Obviously, I'll front the cost on that.
I was also wondering if we could somehow bolster the ship to make it, more defensive, make it a more even more formidable force.
Yeah, one of the
like armor, guns, something like that.
One of the goals that I have while I'm here is to maybe get a little bit more expertise in the smithing area. Maybe I can even work on defending the ship, as Alvarez just said.
Ooh. I would also be willing to contribute to the ship's upgrades as well.
Well, I don't believe I caught her name.
She just says, no, you didn't. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
I just paid you 160 gold.
I know, right?
Can I assist?
Sure. What do you say to assist?
It'd be much nicer to, get on a more personal level. That way we can, if we ever need any assistance in the future, we know exactly who to go to. I would assume you are a master of your craft.
14.
14.
Oh.
With a 14, she says, my name is Lumengrid Ruby Fury.
Oh.
Ruby Fury. That is quite
a strong name.
It's a very strong name.
Miss Ruby Fury. What is that even possible to build a forge on a boat?
Well, it is not something that we offer as a general upgrade here, but if you speak to members at the Anvil Gate, some of the senior members, I'm sure, would be able to offer a forge that had magical protection enchanted into it from fire.
Oh.
Sweet.
Oh, I appreciate that information.
Of course. Now, reinforced hull, we we might be able to accommodate. It would double the time, take another week to add that on after the repairs, and would cost an additional 500 gold pieces. That's 500 gold pieces. That'll bump it up 1 AC. It goes up quite a bit from there. It's like 500 for the first AC, 2,500 for the second AC.
Damn.
1,250 gold pieces, 12,500 gold pieces for the next one. It is much higher for each of the second one. This first one though, 500 gold pieces would get you an extra AC.
Yeah, let's
If I
do
just
that
I
one.
give you-
can help with that for sure.
Yeah. How much do you need?
If I give you 40 platinum now, just up front.
40 platinum will do. We'll take a deposit of that, and we will need. Let's see. Oh, I have to math now. About another 40 platinum at the end.
Perfect. We'll pay that at the end then. When
For really 40 platinum? Isn't that 10 gold per platinum? She said
Mhm.
500 gold for the upgrade.
500 gold for the upgrade, 320. So not a. Yeah. So 320 total for the repairs and supplies.
that'd be 80 platinum, 20 gold right there total.
So I'm just making
Go
sure I'm
for it.
doing my math right in my head.
No, totally. So I'm looking at 820 gold pieces total.
Mhm.
That's
I
only
already
500
gave,
for
and I already gave the 160. I already
Oh,
told them.
okay. So on top of the 160. Okay, got it. I thought you were saying just 40 gold total. Okay.
No.
so-
And then the 40 platinum just for,
Or sorry, 40 platinum total. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay. Well then, that will be plenty for a deposit. I'll figure out the exact after the exact for departure
Sweet.
afterwards.
So
Which is
that'll
that-
be
that's
2
upside.
weeks of holding then.
It will.
Okay. I'm sure we can find something
And
to
where
do
can
for
I
2 weeks.
find my ship if I need it?
We'll be pulling it in a bit further. There is a small channel here that takes back to a large building. As she points to it, it's a very tall building. You can actually see a ship being led into it. It's tall. It's got tall enough doors to actually lead a tall, masted ship through it. She says it will be in there for most of the duration, and if it is needed before that, then we will have to discuss prorated rates and getting it out. Until then, we cannot promise until after the 2 weeks it is fully seaworthy, given that we might be doing repairs and modifications that take away critical systems, but we will do what we can.
Perfect.
Well then, thank you for your business, Captain Fovek. I'm glad to see you in Amon again.
You as well.
So with that, there are a couple people who kind of have similar small platforms that they don't go all the way flying in the air as the one who as Lumen Grid's platform did, but they do come out on the water, and they kind of wait for you guys to essentially let them up, but they're happy to take the ship from here. They lead you guys into the dock. Breck, if you want to actually guide it in, you can guide it in, and they get to the channel and say, here's where you can go if you'd like to get off, or you could stay with the ship. Anybody who wants to stay with the ship can, so long as they understand that there will be a multitude of noises and disturbances throughout all hours of the day.
I will not be staying with the ship, but I'm dropping it off.
Understood.
I'm not staying with the ship either.
I assume the party would be staying with ship. Do you want to hold anybody back? I think the 3 options would be Morgana, Mumble, or 4 options: Morgana, Mumblefoot, Rosan, and Zarn.
Oh man, I mean we're in the city, man. I ain't gonna hold nobody back. Y'all fucking enjoy your shit.
Yeah, they grab their shit
I'll
then, and
I'll pull Morgana and Mumble off the ship and
Mhm.
give him a quick rundown that, hey, shit's hit the fan. They know it's out in the open. Be careful.
Mumble is just gonna, all right, well, keep quiet and probably just get drunk, to be honest. Morgana looks a little worried, but just kind of give nods along the way. Okay. So with that, you all are kind of guided off of the dock and into, for the first time, the streets of Amon. And now that you're here, I'll change the vibe just a little bit, actually. Now that you're here, the first thing that comes to your mind is crowded, is busy. There are many humans here, but there are also elves and dwarves and gnomes and dragonborn and many different varieties here in the City of Fellowship, as Iman is known. Very large streets. Even right here, you see that the buildings are mostly of a high quality. There's a lot of stone buildings. Wood would deteriorate very quickly. But it is a bustling dock area here in Iman, as you are at the port. Where would you all like to go from here at this point?
Are we like looking for upgraded items? I would like to get an upgrade, but I know Akamos has got shit to do.
So yeah, I too would like to go shopping, but
Yeah, we can.
if we have
time
more
for
pressing
shop.
matters.
That's fine.
Ekamos, what's the vibe you're giving off to the group right now? How are you kind of holding up?
I'd say more reserved, but in it to help with the group. You know, like obviously we all need to get shopping done. So, and I'm figured I'm the only one that kind of knows the city.
Mhm.
So I definitely would put my stuff to the side to help out the group.
Okay. So what I'll say then, given that response, you know specifically that most of the shopping, at least the good shopping here, is going to be done in the Abdar's Promenade. You'd have to walk through the port, go through the central district to get there. But once you do, Abdar's Promenade is where there is the most shopping, stalls, markets. That's where you're going to find the best things that you're looking for here in town.
So with that, would I know pretty much in and out through the city? Like I can just, hey, follow me, let's go, and then.
I would say generally, especially if like, oh, I want to go to the cemetery district. Yeah, you know where that is. Cloud Top, you know where the districts are. For specific things, there might be a role involved with the Easy DC, but you spend enough time, I would say, in Amon after your your second time here. Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Your second time here, that you would still know well enough to get around.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we get up the old promenade. It's got a bit of everything. If anybody needs to do any of that stuff, if you guys want to just follow me, enjoy the sights.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. And I'll just take off.
All right. Ekimo's taking off down the streets as everybody moves through. Moving through the port area here, it is just extremely lively. You see ships being unloaded as you walk by. Going through the housing here, going through the buildings here, it doesn't look like much housing. There is mostly warehouses, little bits of industry. There are some shops here, but they're most related to fishing or more like wholesale stuff for the ships rather than the stuff for actually people buying here in Amon. But you see the walls right away as you start to walk towards them to get to the central district. And as you switch over from the central district after the port, let me see here. We got a big city here. The central district, Ekimos, you would know as the largest residential district within Amman. Most of the merchants, captains, the traveling traders, the tradesmen, they'll be working here. Mostly homes. There are some guild halls, but you're mostly looking at houses. You walk through here through the busy streets. You're not turning any heads. You guys are known by some of the more important people in Amman, but at least walking through here, it becomes very obvious that it's not like the general Amman citizen recognizes you guys and starts cheering for you or anything like that. But it is a generally friendly atmosphere here in Amman as you walk through. And as you pass through the central district, you make your way from there into Abdar's Promenade, and you walk down a large set of steps that feels almost monumental in their width across, and allows for hundreds of people at a time to walk from the upper levels of the central district that are slightly elevated, leading all the way up to the Cloudtop district, and then down across the inlet river that comes in from the Osmet Sea to Abdar's Promenade. And the thing that hits you first is just the noise, the music that's playing, the sound of merchants making offerings from stalls and tents on the sides of the streets, as well as larger stores and shops of many varieties. You see armorers, you see weaponsmiths, you see just general goods. You see specialty items. At one point, you pass by a shop that is just selling different varieties of fungus, just different mushrooms. There are a variety of food places here in Abdar's Promenade. I guess what I'll say we can do here is, rather than have you guys shop around for like mundane things, if there's any basic items, anything that's like not magical that you want to add into your inventory, even like armors or anything that's in the PHB that you have gold for, you guys can add into your inventory and just deduct your gold, rather than doing kind of like all the little stuff for the shopping here. For bigger stuff, we can look around for bigger stuff. There are certainly places that sell more of the magical item variety. Amman is probably one of the best cities in the world, if not the best city in the world, to look for, especially like strong, powerful magical items and people who sell them. So if you're wanting to find something specific, now would be the time to be looking for it here in Amman, where the best traders and merchants will be. So I guess I asked, what is some of the specific stuff that you guys are looking for here now that you're in Abdar's Promenade?
I do have just a kind of an offset question. Mm-hmm. How famous is Gilmore's?
Oh, man. You guys have seen 10 signs already by the time you've made to Abdar's Promenade.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I really just need like better everything, because the only thing I really have that packs a punch is like a basic ass short bow and a dagger that just poops back into my hand once I throw it, but that can only do so much. So it'd be nice to have a little more oomph to me as far as that goes. But obviously I don't know where we're going to go next, and whatever Drake has too, so I don't want to like hold anybody back too much, but I just need better shit all around, because I've been rocking around like common shit for too long.
Yeah.
What about that place? And I point one more sign.
and as he points over there, what? How about that place? He points over. I'm just gonna give you guys. This is like the most fucking established shop in this goddamn realm. So I'm just gonna give you guys. As Milo says that and points over, that's the shop that you see. It is a purple roofed. It's got like kind of a little awnings coming off of it with a purple and gold draped robe over the front of it. Very small looking, but in its own way kind of has this magical dazzle to it where the letters of Gilmore's really just almost seem to be moving and moving in waves and kind of lighting up. Making it look like a light up sign as much as you can have in a fantasy world. But yeah, you do see that. You see that. Milo, here's what I'm going to have you do. Roll a D100
Yeah,
for me.
that's the type of atmosphere I want to see on the inside there. It's my type of
It's like
place.
there's like a big pyrotechnic going on in the
Bro,
back.
I go in there, I'm immediately popping these mushrooms if we go in like that.
51.
51. No fucking joke. Okay, so it's not always a guarantee that Sean Gilmore himself is in there. On the D100 roll, if it was going to be above 50, he was. So, yeah, that's what you guys see.
That place looks awesome.
I'm feeling good about this decision.
I've heard about this store.
I even like the color.
What have you heard? Is this our shop? This the one?
I think so. Yeah, living here for a bit. Yeah, this guy he's a character. I'll say that.
Oh, perfect.
Oh man, what even to change the vibe to? What even to change the vibe to? I got to change the vibe to something here because we're walking into
Great
Gilmore's
music.
Glorious Goods. Here we go. Let's see what. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that's a good fit for Gilmore. Okay, so as you all walk into this purple tinted building, the first thing that you notice is as you walk in, it is much larger on the inside than it is on the outside. The exterior looks small but seems to be much bigger. And as you walk in, you get just an absolute wave of incense and perfumes, just absolutely assaulting your nostrils. It's like I'm going to use this phrase specifically. It's like a terrible medieval Sephora. You see candles that are obviously magically enchanted in sconces along the walls. It is 2 stories. On the bottom, there are tables that have glass cases that look like they have a variety of magical items. You look to the walls and see weapons, shields, different pieces of armor across the way. You do see on the far left wall, it looks like there's some various potions. Yeah, you guys are here in Gilmore's Glorious Goods. As you let's do this. As you guys walk in, you see a very interesting character wearing purple and blue, a robe that seems split in 2. I'm just going to give you guys the art here because why not? You see the infamous Sean Gilmore here in the photo I'm sharing with you guys, pictured with his husband in the shop, though he is there on his own. You do see a half elven woman there with him, but as he looks out to you guys with his wavy black hair that is gray in all the right places, and his like Mr. T amounts of necklaces, he has a smile on his face and says, "Well, hello. What a wonderful group to walk into my shop today. What brings you all in? What can I do here for you?"
It's quite
Well,
the
don't be
place you
shy.
got here.
No, come. Obviously, you've never been in. Come.
Just be like, wow, this is quite the place you have here.
I know, isn't it? Thank you for the
Wild.
compliment. And what is your name?
Oh, my name is Alivor.
Hmm.
And these are my friends. Introduce yourself, friends. Be nice.
Hi.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna step forward, or Milo will step forward and kind of go into a deeper bow. Sir, it's a pleasure to meet you, and my name's Milo.
Oh, so formal.
Your story.
Let me return the favor, and rather than just give a bow, he gives like a very like a bow back that is very like kind of over the top.
Yeah, Milo's just like he's enjoying all of this, big smile on his face, and just taking it all in. I'd be very curious to see what kind of magical items you have. I guess my interest would be in sort of maybe some jewelry or wands.
Jewelry or wands? We have aplenty. Come. Everybody gather around. I see you all need a bit of encouraging. Tell me, what is it? What type of items? What type of things can Mr. Gilmore provide for you today?
Well, it seems there's no shortage of just about anything in here. I get more entranced by like the wall of potions and whatnot, and I kind of head over that way.
So we've got potions over here, wands and jewelry for this one. Any other requests before I begin scavenging through my stores?
I'll drop like, so the short sword, like I just have all common items, so it's like the leather armor, the short bow, and the short sword that I have, and be like, this is what I'm working with as far as fighting goes, and I need something better than any of this that I have right now.
Those are ghastly. We'll be able to take care of you.
Ekamos is going to reach into his bag and grab out an extra staff of Mycin and circlet of blasting and be like, I would like to trade these and whatever cash for a specific set of bracers.
And what type of braces? We have somebody walking in looking for specific things, I see. Oh, this one knows what a beautiful mask you wear. No need to hide behind. Come, show yourself.
It's fine. I'd rather not.
Well, then, tell me this item at least that you're looking for.
I want to say they're called illusionist bracers.
Yes, quite the item.
Yeah.
I imagine. I'll have to check in the back to see if I have any of those currently, but I have many avenues of trade across all of Exandria and can at least put in a request if we do not have it.
Perfect.
Anybody else?
I was hoping to maybe look for maybe some sort of rings of protection or cloaks of protection, or even an upgrade to my shield, perhaps.
An upgrade to shield, so more defensive use over here. I'm certain we have exactly what you're looking for. I think there's one who has not spoken yet.
Not exactly sure what I'm looking for. More of just browsing, I suppose. I do have need of something magical. Just not sure which direction I want to go.
The mysterious type, I see. Well, give me a few moments. Take your time to look around, and I'll see what I can find. Be back in a minute. And he kind of very gracefully moves off to the back. For the sake of this, there's one of you who asked for a specific thing. Ekamos, roll me a D100. All right, and I'm going to tell you beforehand what we're looking for here. On a D100, if you get a 75 or above, he has the illusionist bracers. Doesn't mean it's not expensive as fuck. He has them though, above 75. Above a 50, he can order them in. 50 or below will take some time to see if he can, but with a 50 to 75, he can get them in I would say 3 weeks to a month. So roll me a D100. Let me know what you got.
$82.
$82. I don't know that I've ever had a player want a set, an item for their character so specifically for so long.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, I know why you want it. There's no need to hide why you want it, dude. We all know what's going on here. We all know what's going on here. Okay, so we have that there. Let me bring some things up. All right, let's do. No, I don't want to sort that way. I don't think we can sort it any other way. So he comes back out and looks at the group and says, "Now, I don't mean to be judgmental and all, but I don't want to be offering things that are beyond your price range. Some people can, feel some kind of way about that. And we don't want that. So, are we looking for the best of the best, the most premium items, those that create legend in and of their own reputation, or are we on a bit lower level for what we're looking for today?"
If you're
So-
asking me, I do want to know what your best is, just so I can plan accordingly.
Understood.
More than likely going to be walking away with something in a middle ground, though.
I was gonna say, but DM question, like, how much, like, what is the price range of the best type stuff here?
Oh, in the tens of thousands.
Of gold?
Yeah.
Lovely. All right, never mind. Yeah. Let's go a little bit lower.
Like the highest of the high kind of stuff is going to be very, very, very expensive. Yeah. for
Okay.
sure.
Understandable.
Gotcha. Okay, so let's see here. She says, "Well, then, since you were the first to ask for a bit of our jewelry and our wands,
Don't mind
looking
throwing shaves in there too. I wouldn't mind. Not used to it, but I've seen this guy use it.
So, let's see here. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this because I don't want to now just spend like 30 minutes listing
Yeah.
you guys off a list
Yeah.
of magical items. So let's do it this way. What I'd like you guys to do is if you go into D&D Beyond and go to Game Rules Magic Items, you can sort and filter through the different rarities of things there. I think what we did with Ekamos will probably apply for other things as well. If it's rare, if it's like a blue level thing, then there'll be a D100 roll. It doesn't have to be super high, but for like a blue item, it'd have to be above a 25 on a D100. Green or below, he has. Blue or higher, we'd have to make a roll for. But you guys take a look, see what looks good, and we'll do some rolls about it, and I'll give you prices about it too, because the prices will also change on based on what the item specifically is. So just to save some time and me just listing off an item and what it does and its price, why don't you guys take a look and let me know, and we'll make some rolls about it.
What was it again on the site?
If you go to D&D Beyond, if you go to Game Rules, and then on the right side there's Magic Items. It's the bottom left of the squares, and that will take you to a list of magic items. And I would use that to look through to see what you guys are looking for, and you guys can let me know, and then I'll kind of cater it from there. But you guys are the biggest fucking magic store in Exandria. This is going to be the place to do this with, so let's do it that way.
Oh my god, this is overwhelming.
This is amazing.
Well,
I would. I love the different reactions. So, what I will say for Breck, because you had a specific thing you were talking about, ring of protection and cloak of protection too. We'll start with those because he definitely has those. He says, "Well, we have a different variety here. We've even got color choices if you'd like to match to your aesthetic, but the running price for a ring or cloak of protection would be 1,000 gold pieces.
And what if I was willing to also trade a weirdwood axe?
Very interesting. Do you mind if I take a look?
Oh, of course.
And he takes it, and like a purple and gray kind of shimmer kind of rolls over it, and you see his eyes have a little bit of a magical glow. The spellcasters will recognize the identify spell. And he says, well, this is quite interesting indeed. This looks to be a very old item, very unique. Well, I will say, I've got many rings and cloaks of protection, but no axe like this. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check here.
Oh boy. Oh, double, or sorry, I rolled 2. I don't know why, but they were both 15. I don't have
Hey, all
advantage on
right.
persuasion.
If they're the same roll, then it works.
But that's a +2, so 17.
17. Okay, got it. So he says, well, I do have to make a bit of profit. What do you say you trade the axe? And 275 gold pieces.
That seems reasonable. That is a deal.
Well, then you can even pick your color choice here. Or if you'd rather go with a ring, you can use that.
I would rather go with the ring.
A ring it is. And he kind of brings out even the rings, like there's one that's all black, there's a silver one, there's a gold one, there's one that's inset with little gems that have kind of like a red, one is inset red gems and one's inset green gems. There's a wide variety here even within those.
I will take a sea green one with seashells.
Okay. I would say he doesn't have seashell specifically on this, but if you say that, he says, trifling matter, and hands it off to the half-elf woman, and probably like 2 minutes pass by, she comes back, and like exactly what you're looking for is designed into the ring.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Gilmore.
Of course.
And you said 275 gold?
275 in the weird wood.
In the weird wood.
Oh. I've got.
All right. Who's next up to the plate?
I was say I've got my eyes on some rings, but I haven't even gone through the potions yet. But I've got my eyes on a couple.
What kind of ring are you looking for?
So I've got 2.
Okay.
So one is a ring of X-ray vision.
Okay.
And another one is ring of mind shielding. Priority on the mind shielding one.
Okay. No, he would have a ring of mind shielding.
Okay.
So that one is easy enough. And then the other one was the ring of
X-ray vision.
X-ray vision. Ring of X-ray vision. That one's a blue. Roll a D100 for me.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. 66.
66. Okay. Well, a few of the interesting rings here, and you pick out those. One of them has an eye. One of them has a brain on it. Quite an interesting choice together. I can respect the style, though. For our ring of mind shielding, that is going to be 750 gold pieces. Ring of X-ray vision is going to run 2,750 gold pieces.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to come back to the ring of X-ray vision. But I will definitely be taking that ring of mind shielding off your hands. I'm trying to see if there's anything that I'm looking to get rid of.
He says, "Oh, well, certainly." And he puts it on his finger and then kind of puts his hand out like, "Take it off my hand then, please."
Oh, I will definitely like just
good.
very showmanship take it off his hand and whatnot.
Oh, 725 gold pieces for you.
Oh, okay. And then I would like to hold out the. I have the. I don't know if I don't think I gave this away, but the Prepriat of wound closure.
Okay.
How much will this go for?
If you're looking to sell that,
Mm-hmm.
I have a few of those, but I'd be willing to take this one off your hands. We'll call. Let's see. Bring up that one because that's a good one. Let's see. For that, we could do 300 gold pieces, or if you're looking for store credit, 500 gold pieces.
Okay. Let's do the store credit, and what will that bring my new ring down to?
That would bring it down to 225 gold pieces.
Okay, sounds like a deal to me, sir. And then I hand it over.
Okay.
To 225. So I'm gonna take 20 flat, 25 gold. And then I walk over to the potion wall and start browsing there.
Okay, get it.
But yeah, I'm done for now.
Cool. Who's next?
I have something.
What you got?
So, my friend, there's something I did think of. You wouldn't happen to have any giant's belts, would you?
Looking to be mysterious and strong, I see.
It's my role.
There are many varieties of giant belts. How strong are you looking to be?
The strongest.
The strongest. Well, for that, roll a D100 to see how strong you will have of a belt.
No whammies. 78.
78. Okay. Well, currently we do not have the highest tier. We had an old friend pick up our last belt of Storm Giant strength, but of the Cloud Giant variety, we do have one. Although it is a quite spendy 75,000 gold pieces to make you as strong as a Cloud Giant. If you're looking for something a bit lower, of the Hill Giant variety, we still have, but that would run 4,000 gold pieces.
Let me see something. What if I traded in some items of my own? I have an extra great sword, a long sword, and some plate armor that I'm not using.
Well, the plate armor is quite nice. If we're doing store credit, I could knock off 825 gold pieces for those items, bringing it to 3175, I believe, 3275.
Yeah, you said it was at 31.75 or 32.75.
No, what is this? 31.75.
Yeah, I can do that. And that was for a hill.
That's for Hill,
Okay.
which is still 20 fucking 1. It's no 29, like the storm, but it's nothing to sneeze at either.
Let's see. Where is my money? Yeah, I can do 31.75. Then I'll subtract those items as well. And you wouldn't mind telling me who this friend is who had enough money to buy, which was the Storm Giant?
Mhm.
That's quite a lot of money.
I've got quite a few friends. Roll a persuasion check, very high DC.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it's not it. That was a 12.
See now, I can't be going and betraying my customers' trust like that. You wouldn't want the next person to walk in to know what you got, would you?
I mean, if he has the Storm Giant belt, what am I going to do?
Fair enough. Okay, I think we got Grim and Milo. And
Yeah,
Ekamos still to get
Where
to.
I'm looking as quickly as I can. It's a lot of reading, I swear.
Okay, now for your braces. As it turns out, I do have the illusionist braces that you are looking for.
Perfect.
You have a couple of items. I see. Was it mycelium staff and staff of
Yep.
mycelium and
The circlet of blasting.
circlet of blasting? Okay, got it. So both of those. The staff is quite unique, I will say. The circlet is nice as well. Well, I'd be willing to knock. The staff, especially, is quite nice. I'd be willing to knock off a full 1,000 gold pieces for these two items.
Okay.
And that would leave us at 4,250 gold pieces for the illusionist braces.
And then after he says that, I'll reach in and grab. What about also the chime of opening?
Well, that is a nice trick, of course. However, I could add maybe another 100 gold pieces off the top for that.
Just 100?
I've got so many of those.
I know.
Of those just sitting around. They're overflowing.
Yeah, fair. You said how much? 4,000?
4,150 if you're including the chime of opening for trade.
Okay. Yep, definitely don't have enough for that.
Gilmore, are you into psychedelics?
I've been known to dabble. I look around.
Just out of curiosity, how much would you take off the top if we gave you some of these vine wreath mushrooms?
Oh, roll a persuasion check.
That's a 17 also.
How much would you be willing to part with? I'd be willing to give as much as, I'll be honest, rare hallucinogenics from very distant parts of the world are something I'm very, very into. So you've really struck the right chord here. For every dose you give me, I'll knock off 50 gold pieces.
Well, I've got 2 doses to help you out there, Ekamos.
Awesome. Yeah, it's still pretty pricey. I need them to get down to like at least 32.
32. What about a
Yeah.
potion of invulnerability?
Wait, how much money do you need?
I need it knocked down to at least 3,200.
How much
With
are you
what?
short?
Well, right now I have 33.94. That's
And you
everything.
said it was what, Josh? Like 4,200 was what we were at, I think. 43.
If you're throwing in both doses of mushrooms, we're looking at 40,000 and fit. We'll just call it even 4K.
Mm.
So how much do you need, Ekamos?
Let me see. Let me do some quick math here. Si- 610.
All right. I will part with my mushrooms and my potion of invulnerability, and I can give you 300 gold.
I'll give you 2.
I did not include the potion in that consideration because let me see. That might change things a little bit too. Invulnerability, yeah. That's a pretty good potion. I would say 300 off the top for that. So that would take us to 37. So I think that is 310 that you need. So if you're throwing in the potion, then 310 would be what you're needing to make up. Milo, you said 200?
I'll just give him the 310.
Okay.
What a gentleman.
Okay, so we're doing Breck's mushrooms and potion of invulnerability. We're doing 310 gold for Milo. We're doing all of Ekamos' gold, the staff of mycelium, the chime of opening, and the circlet of blasting. And we are trading that for the illusionist bracers.
Mhm.
Okay. Well then, sir, go ahead and add those damn bracers to your inventory.
I'm going to look really bummed when I hand the mushrooms over.
Seeing that, I'm be like,
Really good night.
don't worry, Breck. I've still got some.
Good, because those were my only 2.
I'm
Oh.
sorry. I think Rufus has a couple. I'll have him give them to you guys.
I've been slowly microdosing off of them, so
Is that why you've been in such a good mood recently?
yeah, dude, it's been great.
All right, now I gotta
Cool.
find this in here.
All right, Milo, how about you?
Yes, sir, Gilmore. So first off, would you have any kind of tomes or manuals? And how much would that? I'm assuming that these are going to be very expensive. But I've been looking for them for so long, I just want to know where they are.
Are you looking for spell books?
I'm looking for a tome in particular.
And what kind of tome would you? Oh, there we go.
Uh,
That's why. It's like I'm searching
Actually,
here, but
forgot
I
the
have
name
something.
already, so I got to go back to it. The Tome of Clear Thought.
I see.
Honestly, just making sure that it even exists.
Roll a D100 for that, sir.
For the bracers, I can't find them in.
I might have to
Maybe
unlock them. Give me a minute. I might
Okay.
have to unlock them. Yeah, that might be why.
'Tis a 7.
Mm.
I guess
Oh,
I'm going hoping.
Such a valuable tome. I believe that my last copy was bought by the Alabaster Lyceum. And unfortunately, I'm out of stock of those currently.
That's understandable. Well, how about the Cape of the Mont Blanc or an Iron Bands of Binding?
Wonderful cape of the Montabac. Those we have currently. Yeah, those are currently running for 2,200 gold pieces.
Okay.
And what was the other one? Iron Band?
Yeah, the iron bands of binding.
Those we offer at a bit of a cheaper rate to those who are doing things on behalf of the Republic of Taldore. Often these are used for adventuring parties. I'd be willing to part with those for 1,600 gold pieces.
1,600? Well, Gilmore, I really want that cape of the Mont Blanc, but as you so astutely saw me give my 310 golds to my pal over here, I am sadly 200 gold short. However, I do have a potion of clairvoyance that I wouldn't mind parting with.
I think that would be absolutely able to bridge the gap. A potion of clairvoyance, I would be willing to give 400 in store credit or 215 gold pieces.
I will take the stork. Oh man, you always run the risk of not coming back here, but your store is so. We're going to be coming back here. I'll take the 400 in store credit. I think
400 in store credit is.
I slide the potion.
And would you like to be trading that in for the ring or the iron bands of binding now, or say for
the Mont
rainy
Blanc
day?
cape, please? And I'll be taking the cape, and I will give you the 2,000.
Only 1,800.
The cape of the Mont Blanc, I thought was 22.
22 minus 4 if you're doing store credit.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah,
let's
18.
do the whole. Shit. Well, I feel significantly lighter, but more fashionable.
And how about our friend in the pirate chic over here?
I'm not gonna lie to you, Josh. This is a lot of stuff.
Hey, all right. So here's what I'm gonna do. So let's do this. Let's go above table with it. And if you want to do this out of game, so we're not like you've got time and everything worried about it.
I mean, there was like things that I found that might work. So just depending on how far we want to go, that wasn't like too crazy. This one's like glamored studded leather.
Okay.
It just says like while you wear this armor, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. And you can use a bonus action to speak the armor's command word and cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothing or some kind of armor. And you decide what it looks like, including blah, 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 that. And then the only other thing
that one is absolutely... So that one you would need to roll me a D100 for.
Here we go. 82.
Oh yeah, plenty good. So you're able to find that, and let's see. He says, "Well, glamored studded leather is one of my specialties. It's nice to have the protection of armor without the bulky parts, just absolutely messing with your fashion sense." Those glamour studded leather, that would be 1,300 gold pieces.
Okay.
And you said you were also looking for like weapons that you could use as well?
Yeah, because all I really have is like super simple, like a short sword and a short bow. And that's it, really. The only other weapon that I found was a dragon wing bow. But the description of it's kind of wild and I don't really understand it. So I think that's something we'll probably just have to go above table. So for now, I'll just stick with the glamour stuff.
Am I wrong in thinking the group might have one of those somewhere already? Is that a weird thing I might be thinking is wrong?
I think
What
that
is
might
it?
be a different campaign.
Okay. I was like that item sounds so familiar,
wife
and we
has it.
haven't played in a while, so I'm not fully sure. But we'll just roll with it if not. So what I will say, let me take a look here. Gilmore brings out a set of daggers, and he says, "These are daggers that provide a little bit more punch. These are dragon tooth daggers." Fashioned from the tooth of a dragon. It just kind of looks like a handle that's leather wrapped around the root of the tooth without a crossguard. And there are different varieties of damage it'll do. It's a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls, but they take an extra 1d6 of type of damage that it would give. So these are currently going for 2,500 gold pieces. They do pack quite a punch. In terms of bows, if you're more of the ranged variety, we do have standard bows that are magically enchanted. It's a magical item and gives a little bit of extra oomph. To be 800 gold pieces for just a +1 bow. If you're looking for something simpler that way. And let's see.
I think with what I'm working with, I will just go with the armor and go from there.
Okay.
And call it there.
Well, as all of you travel through Amon and find yourselves in, I'm sure, well-to-do circles and doing jobs that might bring you acclaim and gold, don't forget to remember me. I'm happy to do trade-ins and requests as well. Now, look at all of you. Look at this. I'm just so happy. A group of you walk in, and now you all look different. You all look better, and I'm sending you out in the world looking loads better than when you came in. My day has just been lifted, and I have made quite a bit of gold as well. I'm quite happy with that.
I do feel pretty good.
Gilmore, actually, would you be willing to trade a ring of animal influence for a cloak of protection?
There are quite a few druids in Amon these days. I don't know that I would do it straight across, but if you were willing to do the ring and say 300 gold pieces, we could make that trade.
Oh, deal. Yeah, definitely.
Well then. Go out into the world, my lovelies, and make somebody's day brighter.
Thank you, Gilmore.
So you definitely made our day brighter.
I'm like shake the shit out of his hand.
Okay, got it. Well then, with that, as you all walk outside of Gilmore's Glorious Goods, you are met by a humanoid figure standing in front of you. One that, in fact, I'll just drop the art here in Discord. You see a tiefling with just like a marble white skin, wearing red and white clothing. I would say, Breck, you actually noticed that the robes that she's wearing have a bit of a dwarven design to them, which is pretty unique. But she has white skin, white hair, blood red eyes. She carries a staff that looks kind of bone-like with a red tip at the end. And as you all walk out, she says, "My apologies. I intended to meet you all at the docks, but was held up by important events that are coming to light for the League of Miracles. My name is Honor, and I am here to welcome you to Amon on behalf of the League of Miracles. I am your new contact within the League, and here to arrange all of the details for our work in Hope's Bastion. Welcome. She just kind of waits for a moment as for you guys to respond.
Pleasure to meet you. And bow deeply.
She won't bow back, but she gives a nod back. Let's take the volume down there a little bit. But she will give a nod back and says, I do not wish to keep you from anything that you have to do in the city already, but whenever you're ready, the League is ready to discuss the specifics of the wall and its building so that we can begin to send our Adrenax there and start construction straight away.
That's precisely why we're here, so...
Fantastic. Do you have a meeting place that you prefer, or would you like to return to the Hall of Wonders, the League of Miracles base in Amon?
Gonna be honest with you, Honor, I just got off the boat. I don't even know where I am right now.
The Hall of Wonders sounds like a great place.
Well then, if you'll follow me, we'll make our way there. And you guys begin to travel through Abner's Promenade, going through this merchant part of the city. And as you walk through, you kind of head back a little bit in the direction that you already came. From this direction, though, moving from the lower part of Abner's Promenade back up to some of the more elevated parts of the city, you get a glimpse of the Alabaster Lyceum. It looks like a large building. Milo, immediately kind of reminding you of your school.
Solstice.
Thank you, Solstice Academy, whose name escaped my brain because it is still in that mode. But it reminds you of Solstice Academy. It is a beautiful white marble building. You can see from the outside, the roof reaches up to 80 feet in some places. It seems to be lit by magical orbs. So there are some kind of floating around on the outside, some that are stationary. But you see next to it is a sapphire pyramid, and it is tall as well, and seems to have a magical glow about it as well. But as you are still in the promenade, Ekamos, you begin to pass by buildings that seem to look familiar in this moment. And as you do, you see one that almost gives you deja vu. Rather than this moment of you and Bastion's Watch walking through Iman, you look down at your hands and see skin. Normal skin this time. I need you to roll me another history check.
15.
15 is the DC.
Oh.
It will be higher for the last one. As you walk by the building, you recognize the shape of it. From your dreams this time. There's differences now. The buildings are closer around it. The buildings are more they're encroaching. There's less space. You remember open space, grass and trees even around it. But now it's just roads, dirt, and buildings that are feet away. It's beat up. And there's something else here now. But the stone foundation is still the same. As you leave Abner's Promenade, you remember that this was the alchemy shop. And it feels, even though it's like deja vu, it feels detached. And you flash back and look at what it currently is. And it feels off. In your memories, it was farther outside of the city. The shape seems the same. Almost as if it was lifted up and placed here from somewhere else. but there is no mistaking it. This building matches the one that you worked at almost exactly, if not more dilapidated.
I'm still with everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of just walk up to it and kind of get a closer look, maybe if I can look inside or something.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Roll a perception check.
Yep. Oh, jeez. 16? Yeah.
16? Okay. You look inside, and it seems to be a shop of some sort. It looks like mostly just general goods, but more food than anything else. There is tables with produce on them, kind of in bins. You look, and there is a human man who is behind the counter. He looks not like he's making a ton of money. Inside, it looks pretty beat up. It's a little dusty and grimy on the windows. You see that there are two people shopping in there. Based on their clothing and how they're dressed, they're probably from the Outwall. There's a lot of shops that sell cheaper things over there, but sometimes when people are in Abner's Promenade doing other shopping, they'll stop here to pick up stuff as well. But it looks the same.
Mm.
You look back and see a closet that's familiar to you, and as you look in and see all those familiar things, for a moment it's like a brief flash, but this time the flash comes with pain as well. And it's like a searing pain in your head as you remember the sight. And when you look back up in the current time, you see where the man is, Gordfiend, staring at you through the window. And as he opens his mouth to speak, it turns back in to the man who was there before. And he speaks to somebody who is picking up a few apples and buying them, puts them in a small paper bag. They walk out the door. You hear a bell ding, 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 as they walk out. It seems so mundane. And here, as you find this place, this lock in your brain, it feels so inappropriate for it to be so mundane. You've built it up in your head, and this isn't the moment. This doesn't feel like the moment where you came back to this place. But it is, and you're here.
Yeah, I guess I'd kind of just remember, I guess, where the store is currently. Just I don't want to like draw too much attention from the other group, and just kind of shake it off and kind of remember where that location is, and then continue with the group.
Okay, got it. All right. Well then, with that, Honor leads the group back up into the more elevated parts of the city, specifically in, let me get here, back through the central district up to the Cloud Top district. Now, as you kind of walk through the winding roads back and forth up towards the palace, there is a large building, very ornate. And I would say at the top there is a circular stained glass. And that stained glass shows this image in it. And around this building that seems to be quite tall, it doesn't reach to the top of the palace, but this building that seems to be quite tall has creatures that are flying around it. And I would say, especially because you guys have heard about the League of Miracles before, you would have heard of the Adrenax. In fact, Drake had mentioned them earlier. And these would be the creatures that you guys see as well, flying around this building. And as you get closer to the Hall of Wonders, one of them flies down and actually lands besides Honor. And She kind of gives a nod to it, and it just kind of starts walking in step with her. And she doesn't look back to you guys. She doesn't acknowledge it at all. But you guys walk through what becomes an ever-increasing road up into the Hall of Wonder, and it's large double doors. This almost looks like if you were to mix the aesthetic of a large cathedral, but give it the flavor of a mage's tower at the same time. It has a very unique feel to it, where the arcane energy is just flowing off of it like crazy. But she leads you in, and as the doors open, you walk in and see like a sight out of Hogwarts or another kind of magical building where people are walking up steps that are putting themselves together as they walk up. Things are moving across railings from one side to another. Books that are in shelves are coming out and being grabbed by people who are summoning them by magic. And looking up to the ceiling, it almost appears to be like this cosmic night sky, almost matching the Adrenax and how they look, but at the top. And Honor turns to all of you and says, "Welcome to the Hall of Wonders." You, as patrons or as paying customers of the League, we will offer you a place to stay here at the hall so long as you need it while you are in Amon. That includes food and lodging, as well as access to the League to communicate with as you need as we plan the trip over to Wildmount to begin construction. And she says, "I'm sure you'd like time to rest after the voyage." And she says, or actually, rather, she doesn't say. She raises her hands and looks to be casting a spell. She points it at the ground, and a small line starts to apparate. It's like a glowing red line that moves in a direction and up one of the ethereal staircases. It's kind of putting itself together and says, "That will take you to your lodgings if you need. Is there anything that you would like to discuss now, or would you like to set a meeting in the meantime?"
Yeah, we'd definitely like to have a meeting soon, but we're all pretty worn out. A nice rest.
Pretty poop.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Tired. We're tired.
Yeah, we're sleepy. We'd like to rest, but a meeting after our rest would be perfect.
Well then, if
what time of day is it?
We're talking like early afternoon, I would say, kind of like just at the end of morning.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if hey, there we go. We got him back.
Would I have seen blacksmith on the way to the Hall of Wonders?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, any of the basic stuff that's not magical items. If you have the gold for it, it's just standard PHB prices. She says, "Well then, I'll leave you to it." She hands it's a red metallic disc. It has a few different runes on it. She says, "If you need, simply press the middle of this disc, and you'll be able to speak to me as needed. Please do not abuse that. Otherwise, I will take it from you, and I will not give it back."
Why would you think such a thing? All right. Sounds good. I want to press it to make sure it works. Testing this. Can you hear me?
And she just kind of looks. It works.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I just had to make sure, want to make sure.
Understood.
We're new here. We don't know how things work.
Absolutely. That is why I'm here, to help out new visitors to Iman. If there's anything you need that is worth me doing, then please let me know. Otherwise, I can have one of our mercenary mages assigned to do it.
Sweet.
Thank you for taking the time out to do this for us, Miss Kenibara. We do appreciate it.
Of course.
I'm gonna go grab some food and probably sit on my ass for the rest of the day. What are you guys doing?
Oh yeah, straight to the tavern.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you, man.
Okay. So just to clarify, she gave you guys directions inside. You have lodging and rooms and food inside if you'd like. You can also just leave and go wherever the fuck you'd like as well.
I'm gonna check out the cafeteria here just to see what it's like.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna go with him.
Everybody heading that way. The food and lodging is kind of in the general same place. Okay. Speak up if you don't want to go them, I guess I'll say. So with that, then the party heads down. You get to the edge of the staircase, and it's almost like the bottom step is marked in like a marble on the bottom floor, and you step onto that. And as you step onto that, the next step kind of forms out of marble above that and continues all the way up and takes you to a second floor, which leads you guys down. You walk about probably 700 or 800 feet. Turn down a hallway, and the line that directs you splits off into 6 different rooms. And then one larger one that splits off to the other side that looks like a mess hall area. Just looking into that room, there are long tables where it looks like probably at least 200 people could sit. And then on the edges of the kitchen room, or the mess hall room in here, there are just tables and tables of food. And when I say it's decadent food, that's probably not putting it correctly. There is any manner of food that you can think of is on these tables, and able to eat. It goes the entire length of the wall, both walls, I would say. It wraps around and has, pretty much anything you can think of. It is very, very over the top in its decadence, I would say. And it's not something you guys have seen in all but the most royal of chambers.
Sorry, I was talking to Jody, but I would have, instead of just following the herd to go get food, I would have tried to make my way back to that blacksmith.
Okay. So as everybody kind of looks in the eating area, the rooms are equally nice. Absolutely the best of dressers, bookshelves, beds, everything. The rugs themselves are probably more than some of you made in a year's time in previous years. Varric, as you go back down, I would say what you're able to find is, if you're looking for a blacksmith, the most prominent thing to look for is going to be the Anvil Gate. It was in Abder's Promenade, one of the most prominent buildings. It was made of stark black stone and adorned with intricate brass metalwork. It looked like inside there was quite a few smiths. It looked like there were people learning, there were people teaching, there were people doing basic things, there were people doing advanced things. It looked like a very open public blacksmithy area.
Okay. I would look for, I guess, somebody who's free, but I am looking for somebody who looks like they're more into teaching rather than looking to purchase anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say easy enough in this place specifically. You see that there are people who are like advertising, oh, come at this time to learn from this person. And they actually, if you ask, they point out to who it is. This particular person that you're able to find is a female half-orc. She has a long black hair that she keeps tied in a very tight braid as to not get burned. And is pretty tough looking. Definitely a blacksmith's build, and is getting ready to teach a class in a few minutes.
Yeah, I would just walk up and introduce myself and see what my options are.
If you introduce yourself by name, she will say, hello, Varric. I am Umazar.
Nice to meet you, Umazar.
You as well. Are you here for one of our lessons?
Yeah. I've had a little bit of experience learning. Kind of know my way around basics. Looking to, build up the skill a little bit, do a little bit more. I guess the goal is to both work on or be able to do like armaments or like armoring for a ship, or create my own weapon. I know that's some lofty, or not lofty, but kind of different directions.
Well, actually, you're in the right place for different things like that. We could do some learning with. We've got shipwrights here, those who work on and maintain the ships. If you wanted to learn with them specifically, we could do that. Otherwise, we do have weaponsmiths as well. This would be the place to go for specifics, but you'd have to choose one that you'd want to do. The intermediate classes are usually the second half of the day, with the beginners classes in the early part of the day.
So a question for you, Josh. With proficiency with Smith tools and all that, is that intermediate, or is that?
I would say that'd be intermediate. Like proficiency with smithing tools would be like the intermediate level. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I guess I would look into the intermediate weaponsmithing.
All right. She pulls out. It's not quite a full book. It's more just like papers that are bound in loose leather. But she writes her name down and says, "All right, be back here in 3 hours, and we'll get started."
Perfect. Well, then I'll head back and look for some food.
Okay. As Varric gets back, what was the rest of the group doing in the rooms?
Honing in on some spanferkel.
Yeah, just gorging.
Absolutely, there's spanferkel, 100%. Yeah, there's.
Alivor, dude, they got the spanferkels.
Oh, you already know I'm down for the span prickle. We just come out with plates of span.
And this is all I need. This and beer. Where's the beer at?
Oh, there's beer. There's ales. There's there's eucalyptus beer. There's mint beer. There's orange beer. There's plum beer. There's plum wine. There's moonshine. There's real strong stuff. There's real basic stuff. There's like fruity drinks. There's
is there a way
teas.
for,
I'm about to go on a taster.
I was gonna say, is there a way to do a beer flight?
Yes.
Yes,
We can put that
100%.
together right now.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, me and Milo are just setting up a fucking feast at our table that we've.
Currently trying to find something to put all the glasses on.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just like out of sight, or as much as I can be. I think I will just try and be going over like what happened or like what was said with Morgana and Mumble, and trying to come up with like a plan on like what the best way to move forward is, and kind of like the dangers ahead, and seeing how we can like make it as smooth as possible.
Okay. Graham, go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
That is going to be a 23.
A 23, that's really good. Yeah, that's super good. You see somebody from across this eating area, and you see the back of them. And it looks like Stolver.
They're looking at me?
No, you see the back of their head, and it looks like Stolver. With a 23, you can tell it's not. But for about 15 seconds, you're ready for Stolver. You're trying to prep yourself for Stolver to be there, thinking that's him. But they turn around and you see somebody different.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just try and confide in Momo and Morgana and try and not be on edge for the rest of the night.
Okay. And I guess I'll clarify. You're talking to Mumblefoot and Morgana. You wanted them to come with you guys here up to this point?
I don't know. If they were there, then sure, I'd be talking to them. But if not, then I'd probably just like be kind of like distant, not distancing myself away from the group in like a weird way, but more so just so like plausible deniability type of thing. Like, so I'm not like tailing too close to them or anything.
Okay, got it. All right. How about everybody else? Anybody want to do anything in particular, or we just have meeting back up with Varric and then going from there? Okay. So Varric returns, and all of you guys are either gorging on Spanfrickle and the various beers, or whatever it is you're doing. But you all are gathered back here.
So what's the plan?
I'm gonna go do a quick bathroom break while you guys figure it out.
My mouth is too full to talk. I am just fucking downing beer, shoveling Spanfrickle, just everything.
Is Grim already? Are you sitting at a different table now? Are we still segregated?
Like I wouldn't be like that far away. It's
Okay.
like you guys were like at a big table. I'd probably just be like at the adjacent table type of thing, just so I can get like a full view of the room.
I guess it would be time to start keeping up appearances.
Yeah, I'm on edge.
I feel like
man.
we're already in the game.
Agramos, do you know how far away like the place you have to go to is?
Yeah, I was gonna head back home and just kind of see has happened. See if I missed anything before I left. Funny that you guys mentioned that. Yeah, on the way here, I don't know if you guys noticed that I stopped by a shop for a split second. It was literally the same layout as the apothecary I worked at, but that was not where it was located. So that's kind of weird.
Is that worth looking into, you think?
Not right now, but later. Yeah, it's super strange. Like, noticed it out of the blue. It's not where it's supposed to be. Because the store that I worked at, it wasn't that far from my house, and I think we're not far from the house, but it's not. It should have been closer to my house. So that's one thing, and same layout, same everything, but just in a different spot. So that was kind of strange.
I mean, do you want to head to where you need to go, or is it gonna have to be something that waits until after this whole thing kicks off?
I mean, if we have time, yeah. I mean, we can head down there and I can just see what I can find, and then come back. Like I said, it's not too far. But yeah, if that's cool with everybody, after we eat and all that, get some food in our bellies and whatnot, we can head down there, check it out, and then come back here. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm down for that. I just have a thing in a few hours.
And we still got to figure out which sponsors can take us to the show.
Got a hot date?
Yeah, your face killed me, Gillard.
That's exactly what Aliboy would have been like. A thing? We just got here. What do you mean you have a thing?
Yeah, I mean it's a big city, man. I'm trying to learn some new skills.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my!
If you're gonna learn anything, this is the place to do it. You should work on your music.
Whoa!
Ow.
Damn.
Aliboy just. You work on your music. As he goes back to eating and drinking.
I mean, I'm definitely interested into seeing why an entire building moved.
Yeah, really
But
weird.
I also think time sensitivity, we need to get one of these spell rights on our side so we can at least get into that game tomorrow night.
I guess the real question is like, do we start keeping up appearances to where we kind of separate from here? Like I kind of distance myself from you guys for a little bit. put on a different appearance and go from there.
Probably.
Or
Oh.
me and Grim can go check my place
Mm-hmm.
out while you guys stay here and kind of figure out who you guys want to pick up for this party of parties, and then
Oh.
Barry can go do his thing.
So
I like
think
that.
they're supposed to pick us up, and didn't they say something? Didn't Drake say they like a show? No, I don't really know how to grab their attention and all, but
Yeah, so just to clarify, the party of parties is essentially like all of the adventuring parties are getting together with the spell rights, and if there are any prospective parties there, and there are spell rights who haven't chosen, the assumption is that by the end of that party they'll have picked.
oh, okay, so
Kind of
tomorrow.
almost like a networking event. Now, if you go into it already, I mean, you could go if you were to get on somebody's. You can work with somebody outside of that though. So if you were to work with them now, you could get them to sponsor you and then show up to the party of parties as.
Okay, so tomorrow night's party is where they pick.
Was where they pick if they haven't picked already.
Okay, so we've got time. We've got time, guys.
I can go with Ekamos to just so he could kind of get some answers on this thing, kind of kill two birds with one stone, and then you guys can do a little more and stuff like that. And then if anything pops off, just shoot us an old call.
I am going to give you this. I have 2. What are they called? Stones of communication.
Sending stones.
Sending stones.
Mm-hmm.
The only issue, Josh, I have 2 sending stones in here. I don't know if those are linked.
I don't think they are.
I don't think they are. I think one's like to the gangs, and then the other one's to old girl back home.
Yeah, I don't think they are.
I
don't think they're attached to each other.
I think having a way to communicate.
Unless,
with you guys
unless
outside
you
of
could tell me
sending-
otherwise. Yeah.
No, I can't. That's my lead right there. I think you're absolutely correct. So
I could bring old Beelzebub back, I guess, and have him stick around with you guys.
Oh, that's true. I could also give you.
Or you can give me Blot.
I'll give you guys Blot instead, since he's super stealthy. And Blot just crawls over onto Ekamos' arm and tattoos like a skull and crossbones on there.
Okay, so leaving Blot as a communication device, Grim and Ekamos head out into Iman. So the big question is going to be, Ekamos, if you're leading the way, where are you going?
I guess heading back home.
Okay.
Oh, uh-oh.
As he summons Beelzebub. All right. So with that, then, Ekamos and Grim, you guys leave the Cloudtop District where you're at the Hall of Wonders and start heading down. You do have to travel a little bit towards from the Cloudtop from where you're at. You do have to travel through the Central District and get to the road that takes you to Abder's Promenade, but you take a left from there, go up one of the northern bridges, and walk through the Temple District. And I would say, Ekamos, this would probably be a place that you spent a lot of time in your second round at Iman, looking for answers, almost looking to the gods, and knowing something had to have happened with a powerful being. And so you spent a lot of time looking around in the Temple District without being able to find a ton. But you see temples of all different varieties and to many more gods than you'd be used to seeing in the Dwendalian Empire. There are large temples, small temples, shrines. There are still a little bit of houses and shops here and there, but even then, most of those are somehow related to the temple side of things too, worshiping the divine. I would say you even catch a glimpse here or there of people who are probably worshiping deities who are less approved, but given your guys' mission that you're going on currently, you just kind of tuck it away and know that there are people here who might be worshiping gods that aren't necessarily restricted, but are looked down on. And you get to the walls, the edge of the walls of these walls around Amon that are like up to 60 feet tall. And passing through the gate, you do see the guards here. Even though there's not a standing military, there are guards, and there's guards at the gate. And you guys make your way out of the gates into what's known now as the Outwall. Ekmos, though, when you were here, you likely would have known them as the Northern Slums. And to hear the people calling it the Outwall seems a little weird to you. But that being said, you move into these neighborhoods that you're a lot more familiar with. And I would say that you start to feel that wavering perception of flashing in and out of whatever memories are in your head at the moment. And I would say it's apparent enough even that Grim, you look over and although Ekamos is wearing his mask, you can kind of just sense a quietness there that is very solemn and almost a little unnerving. Is there anything you guys do on the way at this point before that? As you're in the Northern Slums, it's really mostly beat up housing. There's some shops here, but it's mostly just people living in sometimes squalid conditions.
Yeah, I just kind of talk to Grim. Yeah, this is unfortunately where I grew up. I'm not proud of it, but everyone's dealt their hand in life, I guess. And like I said, not too proud, but yeah, this is kind of where I'm from.
Well, I mean, now you know where I'm from, sort of. And I think we're in the same boat. I'm also not proud of it. But at least you have roots. You know where yours extend. As hard as it is to see sometimes, take a little pride in knowing where you are now and where you came from.
Yeah. Yeah, not too much further. Yeah, like I said, we're kind of like in the, I guess they call it the Outwall now, but yeah, when I was here, it was the slums, unfortunately, out here in Amon. Yeah, we're not too much further that I can recall. My place. Hopefully it's not too beat up. Hopefully I can kind of put together what it was before I left and see if I can find any more clues and whatnot that I got going on.
I'm right here with you.
Appreciate it.
And as the two of you continue down the roads here in the northern slums or the Outwall, muddy feet, as you can feel sloshing around. It's not paved out here, not like the nicer parts of Amon. And unfortunately, the less desirable parts of the City of Fellowship are out here. At least that's what some may call it. Ekmos, to you, this was home, and this was a place where you felt at ease. And revisiting it is a very odd experience as you see those flashes of buildings, less dense, but the same roads, the same places you were walking. And after probably about, I would say, an hour to an hour and a half of walking up from the Hall of Wonders, Ekmos, you turn the corner and are just down the road from the plot where your home was before. And as you walk up closer, you see mostly that although many of the buildings in the Outwall are butted up against each other, yards have been encroached on and eaten up by other buildings, that there is a patch of overgrown grass that looks like your yard, that where other buildings have been taken over. One thing you haven't seen much of are buildings that aren't habited. If somebody doesn't live somewhere and it's not an owned building, somebody will move in and take it. But for the first time on this walk, you see an overgrown yard with grass and an empty, dilapidated building. You recognize your home.
Yeah, I guess just walk, see if I can get inside the house and
Mhm.
scrounge around, I guess.
So as you move forward, let's do this here too. As you move forward, you begin to almost feel a weight on your shoulders. You move through the grass and can feel it across your fingers, an odd sensation with your dead skin. But you move up to the door and try it. You grab it and it opens. It's not locked. Looks dusty inside, kind of dark. Grim, are you following behind him or staying at the edge of the property?
I'll follow behind him. Like, I'll be not hovering on him, but kind of giving him space, but definitely with him.
Okay. Ekmos, do you go in?
Yep, I do.
Then I need you to roll one more saving throw for me, but this time it's going to be using your spellcasting modifier, Charisma.
Don't hurt me. I'm just a boy.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. The DC was up to 17 this time. As you step through the entrance into your house, you hear her whisper. You returned to where it all began. And you hear trip, 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 trip. It's kind of muffled. It doesn't sound like it's dripping directly in the room you're in.
Do I sense where it's coming from?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay. 15.
15. You would know this house very, very well. And you recognize that there is a staircase down to a basement. And that seems to be where the sound's coming from.
Okay, Grim, there's a drip sound that I'm hearing from down in the basement. I'm going to go down there. If you want to come with me, you can.
Please, for the love of God, Josh, tell me that I also hear this drip sound.
You don't hear a thing.
Oh my God. I got your 6, pal. I'm behind you. I'm right behind you, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Okay. You both walk down the steps. And as you do, Ekmos, the dripping sounds clear to you. Drip, 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 drip. And the two of you walk down into a dark basement. Do either of you have dark vision? Do both of you have dark vision? What's the situation there?
I have 300 feet dark vision.
I think I have up to like 15 feet of blind sight or something.
Okay. So you guys are able to see some shit. Okay. Ekmos, this basement is probably about like 40 by 60 feet. It's a pretty big basement. And the thing that you feel the strongest is the weight of the whispers that are just outside of your hearing. It's almost like they're not reaching your ears, but these whispers are endlessly around you. And you start looking around for the drip that you hear. Go ahead and roll me another perception check.
That is 18.
18. You know this basement. You've been in this basement. It's oddly familiar to you, probably more familiar than a basement should be to somebody who was a child when they lived here for the most part. But you are, nonetheless. You do see a corner, a bit of wall that was rebuilt. The masonry looks a bit newer. The color is a little lighter. But there is a portion of the wall that looks like it was filled in.
Mm. Yeah, I guess I'd approach that corner and see if see why it's newer. If there's like any like pressure plates or I don't know something to.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check if that's what you're looking for. Sure.
It's 13.
13. Okay. You don't get the sense that there's any pressure plates or any triggers. It just looks like it's been masoned in. You press on it. It does feel like a little soft, like it was hastily done and not very well placed here. With a hard enough tug, you might be able to pull a rock off and get some of the masonry off there. It doesn't look like a super good job that's been done here, but it does look fairly weak overall.
Hey, Grim. This wall looks newer than the rest of the basement, so I'm gonna, I guess, pull one of these rocks or something to see what the hell's behind this thing.
Okay. You need a
Is that
roll?
right? Yeah. You want to help?
Yeah, we'll do it together.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and both of you roll a strength check.
Oh no,
I'm not very strong, so I need your help here, bud.
Okay, not bad.
Oh yeah, no. It's a flat strength check.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, 2.
14.
14. Okay, Egremos, you try, but your fingers kind of slip off. It's hard to get a grip. Strength is just really not your forte.
No.
Grim, after he slipped off, you can kind of reach in and get your hand around a little piece that's loose and pull out one of the rocks. And now, Ekamos, the dripping you can hear as if it's right next to your ear.
Do I see anything once we pull out the rock?
If you actually look through, then if you look through, then what you see is a room that is paved with stone, but much nicer, cleaner stone than this basement is made out of, and a much smaller room as well. There is, I would say, you can see that there is a stone slab in the middle of it.
Has that always been there?
I've never seen that shit before.
Okay, well, obviously I'm going to ask what needs to be asked, and I hope the answer is no, but I know it's not going to be. Do you want to go check out this creepy little
Yes,
room?
I do. And as I say that, I'm like pulling more of the rocks out. Yeah.
I'll help clear the rubble out and stuff like that so we can get into the room.
Okay. As the two of you carve out probably about a 4-foot tall doorway worth of rock and old shoddy masonry. It opens up, and the two of you step in. And as you do, Ekamos, you start to see a red glow coming off the walls. And as your vision focuses, you're not exactly sure. Yeah. As your vision focuses, as this vision, whatever this is, focuses, you see a familiar sight. Your flashback to the room that the Blood Wizard was in. The rings of arcane blood spinning. It matched this room. Your vision was on this stone slab. You look up and see that the glow that you see are those same rings. Still there. Still in place. Still turning. You look back at Grim and see behind him, she is standing. Breathing right behind his ear. Drip, drip. And you see the long claws coming off of her gray, dead, pale hands. And you see that the drip, drip, drip is blood coming off of her claws. Blood that begins to pool into 3 pools around the room. And as those pools start to rise up and form themselves into something specific. That's where we're going to end the session for today.
Oh,
Oh my god. What the fuck is going on?
God damn.
So you guys can get your character sheets ready for the next session.
no. That's not how it goes.
Gee, I wonder how Grim and Ekimos are doing right now.
Flash cut to dead
We're
bodies
drinking
on the
beer.
floor.
All right. Thank you to the players for sticking in through a little bit of extended session there, for coming back. Thank you to everybody watching and checking out the VOD afterwards. That is going to be it for us for this session of Monsters of Madness. We will be back for session 38 to see what happens to Ekimos and Grim here in Ekimos' childhood home, and what happens to Bastion's Watch as they look to infiltrate the League of Miracles and join a tournament of adventurers. Catch you next time.
Dude, Airbnb ever.